You know what? I know it's been about 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks since I've been live, but I thought today was one of those days I just get on my soapbox and pontificate a little bit. What you think? What's up, Little Rock? Who else is in the building? Because I don't know how long I'm gonna be on here, but I'm gonna be on here for a little bit. Not too long, but long enough to get my point across. How many people can we get up here? So far, so far, so far. I'm back. I just had to spread the word to some people. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Let me know who's in the building. Okay. I'm going to start talking. It's going to be a ramble, a rant, and a rumble. I'm going to start out with this phenomenon. And can somebody put this statement that I'm about to make in the chat right now, please? The two things that never will mix in this country that we call the United States of America is fundamentally white man's audacity and black man's ego. White man's audacity and black man's ego. Okay? Two things that will never go together no particular time in this country. It may be on a on a micro level, but never on a macro. And I'm going to say this, right? There's a distinct difference in culture when you look at black people and white people. Even though we're all American and we share a lot of fundamental values, so called, but there's a distinct difference. And the reason why I say this to you is because they go out of their way to prove it. It's not my words, it's what history dictates. And unfortunately, we see this phenomenon all the time. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, we see this all the time. Look at Ben Shapiro when he tries to spew out these so-called facts, but never show you where he gets the facts from. That there's no black men with their children. And we all know that's false. Black men are the number one fathers in this country. The CDC and many other organizations within the United States has proven that. There are many black men who live with their children, even if they're not married to the mother. There are many and more now than ever getting custody of their children. And even when the mother's the custodial parent, the father plays an intricate role in that child's life. As a matter of fact, young Mr. Anthony comes from a two-parent household. Young Mr. Anthony had 5 full-ride scholarships to very prestigious colleges and universities. I was on the phone the other day with my ex, and we had a great conversation about this because she has 2 older daughters and a son who's about to go into high school. Congratulations to you for graduating middle school, Peyton. And I said, if I had to talk to your son like he was my son, and I would tell him, the one thing you don't forget is that you're still black and male. What's up, Mello? How's the army treating you? Huh, 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 huh. You know your boy Rob's up in there, and guess where he went to basic? Where I went to basic, Fort Benning, Georgia. Rock of the motherfucking Mars. When you coming back to Baltimore, we got a lot of drinking and pontificating to do, and a lot of socializing, and a lot of wisdom to bestow, and a lot of what you learned because I know a lot of stuff that you're doing in your field you can't talk about, but but I probably have an idea of what it is, or I'm in the ballpark. But this is the one thing that people need to know. Same thing I told Mello joining the army. Don't ever forget that you're black and male. You're a black man in America. See, forgiveness was never bestowed upon black men. There's an unwritten rule, or damn near written, compared to what you've seen historically to these laws, especially in the Dred Scott case. A black man has no what is it, protection or laws that a white man has to adhere to. That was written law at one time. Okay, black people forget that it takes generations to change culture, especially black men. White people, especially white men, have this audacity that they think they always run shit no matter how low ranking they are in an organization or in a group of people. Oh, yeah, definitely. That being said, hey, Big Mo, I need you to be the scriber tonight. What's up, bro? What's up, Electrician 480? Been a while. I need somebody to be the scribe. I need you to put this in the chat once again. 2 things in the world that never mixed in America, and probably not on Earth: white man's audacity and black man's ego. Number one, black men have to understand circumstances and situations. A lot of people were getting a lot of shit wrong. He was at the track meet as an athlete, as a student athlete. And I know some people are going to say you're talking from a 44-year-old black man who spent over a decade in the military, 18 months in Iraq in a war zone, nearly or probably 2 decades as a law enforcement officer, and also several years as a trainer in firearms tactics, executive protection, armed security, and private detectives. I'm placing myself back at 17-year-old Charles when he was going to wrestling tournaments, both in his home state of Maryland, home city of Baltimore, and when I was doing it internationally. Okay? I had to think when we were at certain tournaments that were large, like the Ovalie tournament, like the McDonough tournament, or otherwise known as the Ray Oliver tournament, like the states or regional tournament. There are times we sat next to other teams, and I might not be able to sit next to my team members, and I sat next to other teams. Back in the day, that's how you got cool with people from other schools, because you actually converse with other people and find out that you have a lot of shit in common, both white and black, and other racial mixes. So it didn't matter. There's a lot of white boys who would give me pound because of the skills they seen. I would give them kudos as well because I was like, yo, that was some tight shit you just did. Sports was usually the bridge to conquer racism and prejudice. Let's just get that out there. Let's just get that out there. Please like, share, subscribe to anybody who needs to see a person, a cops, or a former police officer, military, and protective service expert point of view. Most of your greatest racial overcomings have been through the arena of sport. The first one was the field of battle, because most of your major changes in civil rights was because of fighting in wars. Excuse me. That being said, and everything being equal, you have to have the wherewithal, and you have to have the not only emotional but situational intelligence, and say, is it worth it? Of course, that white boy, if you see his father, literally saying in an interview, we call him a watermelon felon. Well, we all know that when you talk about watermelon and black people, we know that's a very deep racial slur. So much so that legendary world heavyweight champion boxer Joe Louis, whose one of his favorite foods was watermelon, would never be caught in a photograph nor film eating it because he knew the ramifications of that stereotype and how deep and how painful it was to his people. Let me know who's in the building, please. So much so that when Joe Louis was boxing against a German, I think it was Max Smelling, people were listening on the radios cheering this black man on. So I have to go back into 17-year-old Charles, who's been in those type of environments. But it goes back into that black psyche, that black ego. And unfortunately, because you grow up in a gynocracy, black men, you take a lot of cues from your woman, and I will never tell a man, don't be in tune to your emotions. The problem with a lot of young black men is that they're overly emotional because they never had a fatherly balance that say sometimes stoicism and logic has to dictate. Not sometimes, but the majority of the time. There's nothing wrong to have empathy. If I had 5 scholarships to a school and I have a 3.7 GPA, young Mr. Anthony is not a dummy by any stretch of the imagination. Okay? We have to be very logical of these kids. This is not just a run of the mill school. This is an upper echelon when it comes to intellectual prowess type of school. If I have 5 full ride scholarships, which are life changing, am I going to risk that and not just walk away? And I know some people, that white boy doesn't have the authority to tell him. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Number one, when I'm outnumbered. Number two, I don't want the bother. I forget who the victim's name is. At what point do you think you have the authority to tell anybody to get the fuck to go anywhere else, young man? Especially young white man. Because if you notice one thing about racism is the ultimate cowardly archetype. You never see a racist by himself doing shit unless he thinks he can outgun you or he has the numbers play in his favor. If I was in Mr. Anthony's shoes and I had all this riding on me, I'd have walked away. I'd have been like, you know what? Fuck you. I got a future, you fucking hillbilly. Why? Because most young black men do not get the favor of God that you have. And then you have the audacity, and this is the part about the audacity of white men. You pushed him. And this ain't no racist shit. This is just real. We're going to keep it real. We're going to keep it damn real. So if any fucking body want a coon or any white dude got a problem, I will give you the link and I will set your ass on fire. Now, if he's cornered outside that stadium where there's no protection, no school police, no school officials there, no coaches, and you attack him, and you're much bigger and stronger than him, and you have numbers, hey, I have no problems you utilizing a weapon to get out of that situation. But because of school policy, which people are going to say, well, it's not the law. Tell me what school your child will not be arrested in carrying a weapon, a knife, or a firearm into that school. Go ahead, tell me. Especially when, and then on top of that, I am culturally black, Baltimorean black. We have a thing that says if it does not concern you, mind your damn business. At what time was he hurting the other guy? At what time was Mr. Anthony hurting him for sitting in a tent when he was told by a friend to come over here because his school didn't have a tent to stay out the rain? You were up top of the bleachers. You were further away from him. You came upon yourself to come tell this guy something. You didn't tell your coach, even if you had a beef with him prior. I don't know. You didn't tell the coach. You came out of your way. You brought that authority upon yourself. And now, unfortunately, you're deceased. And obviously, your father didn't teach you well. Take it how you like it. But this is what I have to say about Mr. Anthony. At what time of day did you stop being black? And that's the cruel thing when you bring these children into these high end, middle class and above neighborhoods and schools that they still forget that you're black man in America. You're the lowest rung of the totem pole. You literally have no allies. And there are times where the overwhelming majority of your women are not even aligned with you, unfortunately. There's some, of course, but it's not the majority. That being said, your perception was incorrect and your perspective was non existent. And I know some people like he shouldn't have had to do this. That black people shouldn't have had to drink from rusty ass water fountains and a lot of shit. But in order to survive the next day, you do what you gotta do. And we forget to tell young black men this shit. We forgot to keep the reality and growing up as a black man in America. And you with your father in the house married to your mom should have the greatest perspective of all compared to these single mother raised young men. And what happened? Your emotions got the better of you. You're not in East or West Baltimore. You're not in New York. You're not in Atlanta. You're not in St. Louis. You're not in LA. You're in an affluent part of Texas. You made it. 3.7 is nothing to sneeze at for a GPA. 5 full ride scholarships is damn sure nothing to sneeze at. But I would tell both men if they were still living and free, is it worth it? Was it worth it you coming down to think that you have some type of authority to tell that young black man he gotta go? And was it worth it, Mr. Anthony, to pull that knife out after being when you could have just walked away and just said fuck it? Because we gotta be the tough guy. I'm talking to you, black men and black and white men. The audacity of white men and the ego of black men do not mix. It doesn't. It does not mix. Because you have this ethnocentristic mindset that I'm male and white, and what I say goes, even at 17 years old. So I'm really wondering when you had all these notions, and I'm talking to people like Ben Shapiro, do you ever think that some of these people are predetermined towards hatred, bigotry? What was the point of the boy's father saying that he's a watermelon felon? And I get it. The life of your son was taken, but you're showing your ugliness. And that tells me why your son is no longer here, because you never taught him wherewithal. Juxtaposed to Mr. Anthony and his father, you never told him when to walk away. Now, my issue with the status quo is that if a white boy in the same state goes through the same or very similar situation, stabbing somebody, he gets 10 years, but this black boy gets 35. What's the fucking difference? And I think within the same state of Texas, a white dude stabs another person, he gets 10 years probation. But yet, people like a Ben Shapiro and others say it's not about race. And this is what I tell many of those people who are of the rodent, trash digging, with the burglar mask on their eyes type of variety, and the non wherewithal having white people. Why did he have to go tell him that when he could have told a coach? Why? And I would say this again to Mr. Anthony's father. Did you teach him that he's still a black man in America? They are going to hammer you to make you the example. You do not get the liberties. What did I tell you for over a decade, 12 years now? White young men and teenagers will have the age of adolescence. Boys will be boys and forgiven through all iniquities, for all iniquities, and seen as, okay, he made a mistake. Now, would I have an issue if they were on the street and they confronted him and he pushed them and did anything and kept them from running and he had to utilize a weapon because he's bigger, stronger, and he's outnumbered? No, I would not. But at some point, did you let him know that he's a black man in America? Both scholastically, physically, and collegiately. How many times have I warned you that because white supremacy is dying, that you're going to see crazy shit come about? What is it, last week or a couple of days ago? You had a white dude get in a verbal confrontation with a family having a cookout, come back with his AR-15 shooting. But thank the ancestors and whatever God you serve that the family members of that cookout fired back and injured a dude. I, for the love of me to this day, look at people who live in the deep South, and if you're black and you're not armed, you're a fool. Take it however you want. You a damn fool. That audacity of white men and the ego of black men will never mix. And I have white friends, like many of you, and I will say the same thing to them. And when you fucking actually look at it historically, how many times do you have to walk through that damn door, getting hit in the head with a rock that tells you either one, duck, or two, don't walk in that door in the first place, which is usually the better option? Oh, well, he's got to be a punk. He's got to be this. Why the hell are you worrying about other people and what they think about you when you got a future that 99% of people of your race will never perceive nor have? You live it up to these invisible fucking people who are not going to bail you out, who are not going to put up money for your college, and you possibly could do 35 years. You got to do what? 17 for parole. Of course, you're going to do you're going to go through, try to get another trial to lessen the blow of your sentencing. But how much would it cost you and your family just to walk the fuck away? And many of this is because we see the ego and we see the ultimate scale of masculinity as the ghetto thug. Like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, please, people. Hit that damn cash app. Everybody wants to talk about the stabbing, which is fair, but nobody wants to talk about the assault that the young white man committed when he pushed him. Because assault is defined as unwanted touching of a person. Nobody wants to talk about that. If you would have just told your coach, hey, he should be sitting here, or we have a beef. Hey, can you handle this? But you have to take it upon yourself, get the audacity to tell him for what? And what did that gain you? 2 lives destroyed. One's going to be possibly in prison for double his lifetime if there's no acquittal or no arrangement to be made for his sentencing. And the other is no longer with us and buried 6 feet deep. And for those of you who are this social media talking about, well, they're making AI pictures of people pissed on his grave. But guess what? How many of you were laughing and making memes out of Trayvon Martin? How many of you were on the ground with a goddamn bag of Skittles and a can of iced tea, mocking such an unjustified death? How many of you were making jokes, smiling in the picture while your friends were mocking having a knee put on your neck while you're smiling? So in certain situations, I don't like ignorance from either side, but at the same time, what's good for the goose should always be good for the gander. If you didn't have if you didn't see a problem with what they did with Trayvon, George Floyd, and others, why are you upset with this one? Because they're both ignorant. They're both out of touch. But yet, you'll have people like Ben Shapiro who wants to say this whole nonsense about how could 14% of the population commit over 50% of the murders, because a lot of times you forget that murder is a charge, and y'all forget the most likely charge that most white people get is manslaughter, which is not considered murder. A homicide occurred, but it's a lesser charge. That's why you get off for murders a lot. Because you only go by what's classified as murder and not classified as manslaughter. Because you have to look at the numbers and do the stats, which people like him and Charlie Kirk failed to do because they just spew out shit instead of giving you true stats. The horrific part about this is that you knew the jig was up when there were no black people on that jury. I'm supposed to be tried by peers. Last time I checked, according to the Constitution and according to legal, doctrine, where's my peers? But nobody wants to talk about that. Just like you got people out there talking about the child, whatever the goddamn Asia stoner name is. You're gonna go chase a person for a $1 bottle of water, 130 yards, when first and foremost you overprice most of your fucking shit in your stores anyway. And I'm not condoning stealing, but you're gonna talk about a bottle of water which wasn't stolen. He had a gun in his pocket, but you shot him in the back. And you get off a trial when, guess what? As a police officer, I couldn't shoot a fucking suspect in the back unless they turned the gun at me. But you found the gun, the police found the gun in the pocket. I'm sorry, black community, but if you still support these fucking stores after this is what you've seen in 2026, not 1996, not 1896, but 2026, not even 1926. This is how America treats you. What the fuck's wrong with you? When people like BGS, Dr. T, Dr. Carey, and others, and Dr. Neil have championed black male only schools, you scarfed at them. Why? Because you can't live without that white man's approval. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Even in today's time, America wants you in a certain place. America wants you at a certain status. You haven't figured that shit out yet? If it's documented that black men get higher charges than women, than even black women, white men, and other ethnicities, why should any of this shit shock you? You are seen as a threat since the day you come out of your mother's womb. And my friends, you may get upset with me. You may even not even subscribe to me anymore, but I'm going to say some shit that's very ugly. Common sense should always fucking dictate your actions. Mr. Brown always told me, hallowed be his name, and may he rest in peace, power, and paradise, said the best reversal is to do what? To never get in the move or situation in the first place. If you got a chance to leave, leave. It's one thing if you're backed into a corner. I get it. But when you have the, oh, nobody better touch me, nobody, what the fuck does it matter? You got a future, my dude. When they giving carte blanche to store owners, shooting motherfuckers in the back for a perceived theft. Not a robbery, a theft. Perceived. Nothing was stolen. What does that tell you? You're going to chase a dude for a $1 bottle of water, which your insurance company will laugh at you. That's not going to hurt your bottom dollar. If it's that bad in your store, hire security. But you know, most Asian people are not going to do that. Why support these organizations? Why? At some point, black boys need to really just predominantly need to be raised by their goddamn fathers. Because obviously the mothers are doing a poor damn job. Yes, I think young black men should have the ability if they're responsible to take pictures with firearms, because the young white boys do when they're going out with hunting or at the range. Why can't young black men take pictures with firearms when they're going out to the range? Because every time you do something, young black men, the media is going to find every goddamn picture, every goddamn quote to condemn you like you're the worst thing that ever happened. I will never say don't defend yourself, but you got to know when to fold them and know when to hold them. Because as you haven't noticed, the criminal justice system for the past how many 100 years has not been fair nor equal to black men to modern day. Why? Avoid it at all costs unless you have no else to go. If you're backed into a corner, outnumbered, outmuscled, outsized, I get it. Do what you got to do to get out that situation. But I'm going to talk to white people, white fathers now. Is it worth teaching your goddamn son audacity to go tell people that they can tell people what to do? How many of your kids are going to not be there? How many kids are you willing to sacrifice to uphold this bullshit called white supremacy? Because obviously, if we're talking about Carmelo, we got to talk about your son, my man. Because obviously, you didn't teach your son to mind his own fucking business. He had no authority to tell anybody what to do, no greater than Carmelo. And what did it cost? It cost him his life. Growing up in Baltimore in the 80s and 90s, my parents critically put it in my head, if it doesn't concern you, mind your business. Leave it alone. Why do you think you got authority? Because you can't let shit like that go. You can't. The only time things change in America, only time, is usually when blood is spilled. But why do we have to go that far? When we all could have taught our kids, let it go. Let it be. Why should black Americans still support these Asian Americans who treat you like you're about to fucking steal? Why should you go into their stores? Why should you? It ain't convenient. You're in hostile territory if you haven't noticed. None of them are going to speak up for you. See, everybody wants to be the nigga till you get treated like one. But they'll tell us, oh, black men are making babies and spreading diseases. But not feminist black women or white men are going to talk about that DJ who slept with how many black women? 400, 600 black women? And he was HIV positive. Nobody wants to bring that shit up. It wasn't a black man. Nobody wants to talk about the 1.2 million kids that are sired by non black men, but do they get called deadbeat dads? Does Oprah pontificate about non black men who father black children who don't take care of them? No, you will never have people like that. Ben Shapiro and others, Charlie Kirk and others talking about this shit. But if I went to Ben Shapiro and said, "Hey, do you ever bring up the fact that 80% of your fucking people commit sexual assaults more than anybody combined?" But every little iniquity that a black male do, it's got to be the end of the fucking world. The perceived threat that you bring is more dangerous than the threat itself. If that would have been a white man or Asian man or Arabic man, child would have went to jail for the rest of his life. Black men, young, old, and soon to be. I'm going to say this again to you, and it may hurt. You have no fucking allies. You have no allies. Especially you young teenage young men who need to study impulse control. If you were on the street and these two dudes rolled up on you and one pushed you, and because you're outnumbered and you got to use a weapon, I would have no problem with that. Fuck around, find out. But when you're in a school atmosphere, school activity, where you have school police and other school officials there to assist with a problem, why do you do it? On both ends. What's up, Lost? Fun time with Lost. Good time, Lost. Coming to Baltimore, fellowshipping with your boy, stayed the house. We literally walk 11 and a half miles in PG and DC. Fun stories. Well, I found a lot of good places to eat. But I'm going to ask this question again. What does it cost to walk away? Just because of your ego? Who are you trying to impress? Black people have a bad habit of trying to impress the lowest rung people in our system. No different than the white boy trying to pontificate that he's in charge of something, and he was not. The reason why this shit became almost cut and clear is one, you're on school property. You're the school activity. And of course, they're going to hammer you and make you the example of this shit. Why? Because they don't want copycats. You think a judge, by the way, the judge only did, this is his third homicide case that he proceeded over. You think a jury of non-black people are going to look out for that black boy when the world already has a preconceived notion about you? Can somebody tell me where I'm lying right now? This is the reason why you're supposed to be tried by peers, people who are like you or similar to you. There was not one person in that damn jury similar to young Mr. Anthony. Because I'm thinking to myself, was it a jury trial for Mr. Child when he shot that young 14 black boy? I get it if he had a gun on him, but did he point it at you or did you shoot him in the back? And the evidence said you shot him in the back. You chased him out for a bottle of fucking water. Was it worth it? Perceived. You didn't even know if he stole something or not, which he didn't. But the perception of black males is what you start off. This is the reason why we talk about this space. Black men stand in a hole. Because the perception of you, the preconceived notion of you existing is fundamentally controversial towards everybody else in the system. If the nigga's doing better than us, then what does it say about us? Hit that cash app, please, people. I'm giving you some real shit. The least you could do is support, please. Bad enough I don't have at least 50 people when I almost have 7,000 subscribers watching this live on a very serious, extremely serious topic. Why do you consider your enemies to be allies? Why? If Asian people had, what was the young girl in LA when the lady shot the young lady, 13, 14 years old, in the back of her head and she got off? Why the fuck are you allowed to fucking start a business in my neighborhood? I know I'm bouncing around the place, but you get follow me. Why do you still support those who hate you? We'll take your money, but we don't want your persons. Why? We have the sick perversion of either looking at the white man as success or worshiping the lowest rung of us. Now, you got a black boy that could have been the second Ben Carson, and he's going to serve jail time because he wasn't taught impulse control. Motherfucker don't want you to be there. Okay, vamoose. No sweat off my nuts. First thing I gotta tell you, guess who's gonna be a full rider? It frustrates me. It fucking frustrates me. But you give them 35 years, even though you could look on your docket, and say, was this more heinous than the white boy who got 10? What else do you expect? There's a difference between free and freedom. Freedom, somebody had to earn it. Free, there's no price tag on it. Well, he shouldn't be able to. No, he shouldn't have to get up. But when you got everything at stake that he had, just walk the fuck away. Your ego is going to cost you so much money, time, and effort. For what? A bunch of people that don't like you? And shame on those black women who found out that young Mr. Anthony is dating a Hispanic young lady and refused to co-sign, throw his stuff out, excuse me, to co-sign and to throw this rhetoric out. Big Mo said, I think it's because too many black men aren't trained to see the bigger picture and their future life goals to be more important than satisfying their egos when it comes to avoiding confrontation. That's exactly it. You take too many cues from your woman. You think you could do what mommy can do, talk back to the police and da 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 da. Talk back to grown men who could crush you like an eggshell. For what? Now, we have to think to ourselves because I know some people are going to be like, well, you're saying that we should always have to give up? What you talk about on Facebook, Big Mo? Now, I know a lot of you are going to be like, he shouldn't have to do that. But guess what? Hold on, folks. Sorry about that. Had a few technical difficulties, but going back to what I said about that white man audacity and that black man's ego. Perfect example. I carry a weapon on me 24/7. I'm damn near like Sledgehammer. I almost shower with it. Okay? You got to know when to walk away. Even in high school, when I'm a champion wrestler and people want to puff up their chest towards me, I walked away. I could have crushed that motherfucker if I wanted to. Can y'all hear me now? I could have crushed him. But is it worth getting kicked off a team, winning more championships, and adding to my legacy? And see, that's the failure of black men's ego. Oh yeah, that's how we date ourselves about Sledgehammer. That was a great show. And even now, I can box, I can wrestle. I've done MMA. I carry knives, I carry weapons, I carry extra magazines. By the way, if you're in the Baltimore area around June 25th, July 25th, we're doing our good American smokeout. Celebrate my son's 19th birthday, which is the 28th. It's on a Tuesday, so why not do it on the 24th and 25th? And bring some cigars, some liquor, and come hang with your nigga. It's like I would tell Mello, and he's an intelligence. And yes, you probably heard all the jokes about military intelligence and how it's such an oxymoron, and it really is. Is it worth giving up your career and your secret clearance that you could take in the civilian world and do what the fuck you want? Because somebody said something to you? The fuck out of here, folks. I gotta have discipline. And think about it. Do you know how many insults I've taken in a 20-year law enforcement career from people? I'm gonna just take my gun out. See, this is the perspective nobody likes to talk about. Keep your fucking hands to yourself. Crackers. Because that was some crack ass shit that white boy pulled. Sorry. And trust me, I have plenty of white friends who would say the same shit. Why would you go over there and bother him? You don't know what the fuck he got on him, and you found out. Am I condoning the stabbing? No. If that stabbing would have took place off school property and he's being approached by two big old white boys, it is what it is. You're gonna overpower me and you outnumber me. It is what it is. If I can't run fast enough or if I'm cornered, I gotta get out that situation. Do I condone violence? Only when necessary. But at some point, situations dictate. Neither one of you got an official. Neither one of you got school police or a resource officer. Nobody got a coach. People get too emotionally wrapped up in this shit. And now we have a situation where one dies and the other one's going to be in jail for nearly 40 years, possibly. And I got to say this to some black women out there. It's not all, but whoever said this. Yo, a gun to hold for this dude, but you found out his girlfriend's Hispanic, and then you said fuck him. So much for loyalty, right? But if it was your son, you would want the whole community to pull out his blessings, right? This is why social media should have a license. I'm sorry. Idiots fuck up everything. They just do. Your lack of discipline, your lack of integrity, your lack of honor, your lack of stewardness, your lack of foresight, and look what happens. And this is the reason why I'm upset about the verdict, because if you gave that white boy who did something very similar in a similar circumstance 10 years and another white boy in Texas 10 years probation, why does he get 35 years? Oh, we got to give you a black tax for 25 more years. I'm going to say this to every young black man, but I mean young black man 30 and below. 30 and below. Because at 44, 14, I can produce children, so not saying that's a good thing, but you're younger than me. I'm at that point, I'm almost old enough to be a dad at some point. 30 and below. Oh no, Negroes do not help their kids' situation in a lot of situations, AB. But I'm going to say this: 30 and below, have wherewithal of knowing your situation. If you got enough time to say, is it worth it? 99.99999999999% of the time, it's not worth it. This is my view of self-defense. Split second, me or him. Which is usually fair. If I got time to think about it, I could walk. If I got space and opportunity, I could walk. Excuse me for a minute, folks. It's starting to pour down a little bit. I'm in the car. So I'm going to take my happy ass in the house while talking to you fine ladies and gentlemen. And I'm hoping that somebody says, well, no, he's a criminal, he's this. But guess what? So is the white kid who assaulted him. He committed a crime. So they're both criminals, if we're going to go by that notion. But what I like to call it is two tragedies. I'm not happy on either side. What it tells me is that America is much more dangerous. If you go out there, uh, podcast, to do means of a 17-year-old who's still underage to be raped in prison, I think you're a sick son of a bitch. I think you need to be investigated. Because would you do the same if it was a 17-year-old girl? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. So dismiss me with the bullshit. Dismiss me with the bullshit. Well, we got to take in consideration. Consideration of what? Two lives are ruined. If we can't agree to that, then 9 out of 10 we probably can't speak. Right now, I see a failure of two fathers. No impulse control. Walk away. If you got to walk backwards to keep your eyes on them, walk away. Because legally, I could pick apart this case and tell you all kinds of wrongs. Legally. But the most important thing is how do we prevent another tragedy like this from happening? This is why case study is important. This is why the fundamental things when it comes to situational awareness, understanding of each other are paramount. Because if you do not fundamentally cover those things, you're going to have more recurring shit. Mr. Chow and other Asian owners, tell me this. Why the fuck are you chasing people for a bottle of $1 water when you probably been in that neighborhood making almost millions and definitely over hundreds of thousands per year? And some of you motherfuckers will do it for 10 to 12 years tax free. Ain't that a bitch? Some of these fucking immigrants who get work visas to start businesses here will literally have 10 to 12 years tax free and sell the business to another goddamn family member. But black people can't get reparations. Here's the link for anybody who want to join. And I'm going to say this, especially to the coons. And cooning is overwhelmingly thinking that it's all the black dude's fault. That's cooning. Instead of looking at the totality of the situation. And if I get some wannabe, think he racist, basement dwelling white guy, I'm going to cuss you out, then I'm going to block you. Hit that cash app, please. Because, one, I see it as a failure of two fathers. The world does not revolve around you, young men. Black, white, green, purple, purple dot. The world doesn't. Just because you got the knife in your bag does not mean I need to take it out. Not every situation a cop goes through, he needs to pull his gun. I can count on my hand when I stopped the car, my gun was out. This ain't somebody who looked at footage. This is somebody who lived it and walked the walk and talked the talk. Situations always dictate. What's up, baby?
Hey, what's going on, Charles?
Hold on, let me come back in.
You'll be back in a minute. But regarding this Carmelo Anthony case, I don't feel sorry for him.
Oh, you can hear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now, what did you think about what I was talking about?
Um, well, as far as the Carmelo Anthony case, I can't feel sorry for him. And to be fair, I partially blame his parents too, and particularly, believe it or not, I'm not on his mother. I'm getting his father more the side eye. He should have taught him better.
Yeah, nobody wants to talk about impulse control.
Yes, that was his father's job. His father was in his life. That was his job to teach him better. Can't put this one on the mother.
What's up, baby? I'm long time no see. I know I had to focus a lot on my son, his prom, his farewell, and his graduation. Now that I'm
Understood.
free, I do a lot more shit. What's your take on this, ABM?
Jesus, there's so much to unpack with this, man. Uh, you know, speaking of coons, and this is why I had to unsubscribe from Angry Man and excuse the rain in the background, and Brandon Jamal and others. And I'm all for having different takes, and everybody had their own opinion and all of that. But this fake ass respectability politics grift that everybody's been doing since 2016 with the whole black MAGA shit. It's old and it's played out. Because what people like Angry Man it will never say is, why did you go over there fucking with the kid in the first place? Minding
I
your
think I'm probably
business,
one of the first.
minding
I'm
your
sorry for cutting you
fucking
off.
business.
I think I'm one
Oh,
of
my
the
bad,
first
my bad.
people. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I'm gonna let you finish. I think I'm one of the few people to actually say that. But continue, please.
Well, I was just saying, minding your business could possibly save your fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
And then, people making videos about the black community. Like, okay, here we go again. Something happens and everybody has to answer for it. Now, that link I showed you yesterday, Charles, that I sent to you about the dude and the family reunion and all that, you will never hear these Negroes say white people have to answer for that.
Oh yeah, that
No,
white
you
boy that
won't.
shoot up that you frame. Yeah.
Now, listen, hindsight is always 2020. So, yeah, in hindsight, we Melo probably should have just got his ass up and left if possible, because you got some people saying he was cornered and all that. But I totally understand that. Even when you read The Art of War, it says that in The Art of War, every battle ain't worth fighting.
Right.
No.
You're on school grounds, you got a knife, you're probably going to lose this one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
SWP made a series of videos about this case, and I have to agree with his take because you got to learn how to read the room. And I understand this kid, it's a 17-year-old fucking high school kid. I don't expect you to make the best decisions in the world, but this is shit we have to sit down and talk to our kids about. You have to learn how to read a room. You have to understand, hey, I get it. You're going to feel like a punk. You let them punk you and all that. But that beats doing 35 years.
Yeah. When you got 5 scholarships to prestigious schools, full ride, you got too much in your fucking favor. Oh my god, man.
Because
Y'all
the
don't
thing, the
understand
thing
how
is,
fucking ups-
the thing is You know what I mean? I'm sick of motherfuckers always want to see. This is why you get. This is why you have situations like this in the first place. Because while everybody is going to tell the black kid what they did so wrong, and maybe some of it is true, nobody's ever going to tell that white kid what they fucking did wrong. So guess what happens? This situation is going to happen again. I give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I can't remember what city and state this was, but 3 black dudes on a basketball court minding their business, shooting some ball. White kids pull up in a car, start shooting at them with a BB gun. Guys went over there and beat the shit out of them, and one of those white boys ended up dying. They beat him to death. And you know what happened? They beat the fucking case. Because while everybody is always focused on the quote unquote black community and all of the evil shit that we do, nobody ever tells white kids that. Mind your fucking business. Stop fucking with people. I don't care about, oh, it was just a prank. Oh, it was just a BB gun. Dude, you go out here in the world and you fuck with people, you can end up dead. Just ask this Metcalf kid.
Think about
just
it. If you
minding your fucking business can keep you alive. If you just mind your fucking business.
If you pull a BB gun on me and it looked like a real gun, I might shoot you. But like I said before, and to piggyback off of what you said, 2 things that never mixed that I said early in the show: white audacity and black ego. Black male ego and white male audacity. They never mixed. What gives you the authority to go tell somebody to get off a thing where everybody was sitting, and then you push them, which is assault? But then you wouldn't have a knife in your chest. That's why I really I can't feel sorry for either one. I went to fucking Lake Clifton, and all these people pontificating, all these people trying to be bullies. You walk away, even if you beat the shit up. You walk away. Now, if you corner me, you get what you get. But like you said, mind your fucking business is how you stay alive. But this is historically white people. You ever see white people fucking with wildlife and they're getting fucked up by the wildlife?
Don't talk about the people that try to capture hunting badgers like that.
Yeah. You see the white people taking pictures of lions with their hands in the cage? The funniest little clip. The lion had more common sense and said, dude, I'm dangerous. And he pushed his hand outside the gate.
I still can't.
Go ahead.
I still can't get that image out of my head where that crazy black chick kept dancing in front of animals, and she's dancing in front of a male lion, and the male lion just looking at her like, "Really? We doing this right now?" Even if the male lion had a look on his face, really, you know I can, you know I can fuck. He just had this look on his face, like you know I can fuck you up at any time, right? Are you crazy?
You know that lion started to say, I'm gonna pray for you, black man.
That's funny. Yeah, he probably did say that. Like, this is what they have to be like. Wait, this is what they have to do. Good lord.
Good lord.
You just sit there looking at her like, really?
When you can make a 600-pound lion go, huh? That's it gets back to that impulse control. Who are you trying to be tough for?
Speaking of impulse control, unfortunately, kind of confirmed it. We had a dumb Negro that went and took a piss on old boy's grave, Austin Metcalf's grave. Talking about impulse control. I mean,
It's social media has turned everybody into narcissistic idiots.
hmm I don't know if it was AI or whatever, but I talked about that earlier.
no, he got arrested for
Do
it.
I think it, do I think it's ignorant? Yes, because we used to have respect not to do that.
Yes.
But I'm not going to feel sorry for people making memes when y'all had a bottle of fucking Arizona tea and Skittles, and you seen white boys with a hoodie on laying on the ground next to it.
Oh, the memes on Karmelo Anthony are even worse on TikTok.
And it goes back to what I was saying is this is why you teach. This is why a certain demographic of people in this country will continue to bury their sons young, because you teach your sons the exact opposite of what the average black kid has to get taught.
Mm-hmm.
You can do whatever the fuck you want to do. It's kind of like this whole chud thing, which I think they're going to make an example out of. And I'm not saying he's going to get maybe 35 years, but I think he's going to do some time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think somebody somewhere, whether it's a mayor or a sheriff or a police chief or a judge or a prosecutor, somebody is going to make a statement along the lines of, don't come to this city with your bullshit. Don't come to this city trying to use the First Amendment as an excuse to start shit with people. Because it's the
Because
same
people
thing.
forget
Oh,
that.
it's about free speech. Okay, again, you just don't get it, white man. So when you end up in a fucking box, don't say I didn't tell you.
But people forget the rule of law. People forget the rule of law. You could do whatever you want as long as you don't infringe on other people's rights. That's how it works. People forget that shit real quick. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't. Because if you're bothering me, you're infringing on my freedoms now. It works both ways. It's not just a one way street. See, back in the day, we had a whoop your ass doctrine. Imagine if that would have been the civil rights fucking movement. He got fucked up really badly. And then you want to carry a gun because you're trying to look for somebody. You cannot say it's self defense and you're antagonizing people. That's why Carmelo Anthony had a better reason of self defense when he gave them warnings. Do not touch me. I got something for you. Why? Because he was sitting in a tent. He was invited over there because it started to rain. He had a right to be there because he's on the track team as well. His team didn't have a tent up. What you gonna do? Stand in the fucking rain? What authority did Metcalf have to tell him that he had to leave? Absolutely none. And then you go over there, argue with him, and you push him.
And we talk about knowing your surroundings, being aware of your surroundings and shit. This is a classic example of a kid that's never been involved in anything before. I'm talking about
Mm-hmm.
Metcalf. Because you
Mm-hmm.
assume because you're the bigger kid, you have the advantage. Let me tell you something, bro. A lot of these little dudes out here have that little man complex about themselves, which makes them very dangerous. You ever had to deal with one of them types? Somebody got a short man complex,
Oh
and,
yeah,
and they're
defend yourself
always on
like
the
you're a
defensive
motherfucker.
because
Oh
they
yeah.
take everything as disrespect. Because You know what I mean? They so used to getting picked on and shit. So now it's like you can barely even talk to them because they're gonna take everything you say as disrespect.
You
That's
know,
what
and
it's
you
like
gotta
dealing when you're the bigger guy that does not give you a fucking advantage. You don't know what the fuck this guy has.
or what skills they possess.
How capable they are.
That's that white audacity I talk about. You can't go and say you're a fucking victim. Can't do that. Oh, I'm a victim, but I'm looking for a fight. No, you don't do that. I blame this all starting since George Zimmerman. I really do. You should have fucking put George Zimmerman in jail, and a lot of this shit happened. And we're gonna back up for a second. And I know AB and ABM sometimes we send each other shit. Did I not warn people for over a year and probably many more? If you're down south, why aren't you armed? What happened when that crazy racist ass white dude, the older white dude, came with his AR 15 at a family reunion cookout and started shooting? You know what saved lives? The motherfucking family had guns too and lit his ass up. I'm gonna tell you, with all the shit that's going down with young black men and black men in general, I'm gonna say this for legality: follow the laws of your state. But if you gotta carry, I understand. Carry a weapon, I understand. I'm not saying do it, but I understand. And here's the fucking notion. I've said this before because of the death of white supremacy, these dudes are losing their ever loving fucking mind. And it's getting worse day by day. It's not cute. You can't even go to a goddamn track meet and sit under a fucking tent without somebody coming to fuck with you. I want you to think about that. Some of us listening right now are fathers, and we have sons. Some of you are uncles, and you have nephews. How fucked up is it that you gotta go and you gotta tell this talk about how you're supposed to be so free in America, but there's shit that white boys can get away with and you can't?
Yeah. And again, you have to. It goes back to understanding your surroundings, being aware of your surroundings. Like I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? There's a reason why I don't go to M&T Bank Stadium and watch the games.
When they said police couldn't carry and I couldn't carry, I only went there twice after that, and I haven't been since.
Too many
There you go
drunk.
with Mello, right?
Too many drunk.
Go ahead.
Okay, so M&T Bank Stadium at capacity is damn near 80,000.
Mm-hmm.
Most of whom are going to be a certain people from a certain demographic. Now, I'm more than, and this is what I mean by being aware. I understand what happens when this demographic and alcohol begins to mix.
Liquid courage, baby.
So I just don't fucking go. Sorry. You want me to be around tens of thousands of these people drunk? And then that's exactly what it'll be. It'll be, I'm minding my business, and here comes one of them with their bullshit because they don't know how to mind their fucking business. It's like that guy that got shot by the kid, the squeegee kid on Light Street. Okay, I get it. You're slightly inconvenienced. You don't want this kid coming over to bothering you while you're in your car. Why did you get out the car?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you grab a bat
Yep.
out the
Remember that
trunk
case?
and then begin to attack this kid? You know why? Because you thought because you were the adult and he's just a kid that you had the advantage. But guess what? You didn't know that 15-year-old boy had a fucking gun on him.
Mm-hmm. And
If you would have
maybe
just
because he was.
if you would have just stayed in your car, waited till the light turns green and drive, you would still be alive today. But you had to be a tough guy.
And I think mostly that had to do because it was a white guy who pulled out the bat. And it was a black dude. It was a black 15-year-old teenager that he thought he could get away with it. And then
That's
on top
exactly
of
what it
that,
was.
you got out your car and actually hit, I think it was either him or another kid. I'm sorry. If a guy with a bat that's bigger than you and you got a gun, it is what it is. Look at this right here. Mello just put in, I can't even get a beer without someone fucking with me. And that's somebody who's currently in the U.S. Army at 22 years old. Why are you fucking with me? I'm serving my country. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh man, here's my shit, right? Don't fuck with me. And that's the part about white boys because when they think this is really the white boy stigma. Is it all of them? No, but it's the majority. You only approach black dudes when you think you have a size and strength advantage, when you outnumber them, or you got a weapon.
Thank you. Because I damn sure was getting to that. That's precisely what that was. You saw a kid. So you took this opportunity to be a tough guy because it's a kid. But again, because
Hmm.
you're not aware of shit, you probably live in the suburbs on some cul-de-sac some fucking where. You don't understand that even this kid can lay your ass down because nobody
And this is
ever tells them this shit. And you coons out
and
there,
fundamentally,
y'all perpetuate this shit. You're part of the fucking problem.
yeah,
Like at least I'm trying to
yeah,
save lives. When I say, look, dude, mind your fucking business and that can keep you alive, at least I'm trying to save fucking lives here. But the coons, and I get it because it's all about clicks and views and you want to get your YouTube bucks and all that. Okay, great. But all you do is gas these people up to go make the same fucking mistake. Am I saying the squeegee
yeah,
kid had the right? Listen, I would have told that kid the moment I seen him with a gun, kid, you're getting ready to go to prison.
yeah.
Either you're
This
going to kill
this is
somebody
why
or you're going to get caught with it. Either way, you're going to prison. Get rid of it. But
this
at
is
the
the
same
reason
time,
why.
my main objective when I go outside is to stay alive.
Exactly. This is the reason why I tell a lot of dudes on YouTube. There's not too much shit you could tell me. I've almost had to shoot a 14-year-old with a knife. And the only reason he's still alive, because I was the first on scene. Okay? Somebody that looks like you can empathize with you is going to be slower to pull that trigger on you. But yet, we don't want to talk about how we don't want to talk about how we need more police in the black community. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. You know why? Because we look at power as something foreign to us. We don't believe black men should have power. We really don't. We really don't. We really don't. We don't think black men should be respected. Unfortunately, we look at older black men as our equals. Even a 22-year-old who's half my age, 9 times out of 10 in the black community, will talk to me like I'm his peer. We don't have a level of respect. We don't have a level of respect. We don't have a level of divergence. And then we wonder why your kids are always fucking up. Why is that kid being accosted by the police? Because you taught his ass to be disrespectful to authority. Let's tell what the story really is. You have an authority problem, black people. You have an authority problem. You don't want to talk about the authority problems you got. You don't want to talk about that shit. This is the reason why so many of you want black men to mentor. Because you taught your kids how to be disrespectful. You want somebody to clean up your fucking messes. This is the reason why a lot of black folks have issues in America now. You have a lack of authority. This is the reason why we suffer the way we suffer. Well, he shouldn't have to move. No, he shouldn't, but situations dictate. Sorry. Is it more important for him to move and leave and keep his scholarships and have a fucking future that so many black children will never see? Or should he keep it real? Remember when Dave Chappelle had that skit when keeping it real goes wrong? There's a reason why it was so funny because the shit's so true. The shit's so true. The only race of people that thinks it's cool to disrespect others. Let's keep it a buck. The reason why a lot of single mothers can't get a fucking date. Look at what you raise. You raise your sons to be your husbands, and then you think a man's supposed to come in there, spend his time, hard-earned time, money, and everything to be with you. We judge fruit. We judge a tree not just by the bark, but the fruit it bears. And a lot of these chicks who don't even teach their sons not to steal. You got to worry about it, the motherfucker. If you got weapons in your house, you got to worry about the motherfucker stealing your shit, wearing your shoes without permission. I mean, let's go back to this shit. You raise most of your kids in fucking poverty, you raise most of your kids in fucking hood environments, but we don't want to talk about this shit. We think every goddamn thing a kid is doing is cute. Every goddamn thing. But then you wonder why you can't get a date. Yeah, I can't deal with them trifling ass kids. No man wants to deal with that shit. You go by Coon and saying, well, you know he's guilty. No, you don't put your fucking hands on anybody and think there's not going to be repercussions. People used to get punched in their mouth for less. But nope, nope. We don't want to hear it. I want to be able to do anything I want to do. There's no repercussions. There's no rules that a or laws that a black man has that anybody else on this planet has to adhere to. How many fucking gun shows you see on YouTube? But as soon as a black man has a gun, oh holy shit, holy shit. But then why? Why don't we want to tell the truth? This is what I'm telling you, white people. Okay, we didn't go in your neighborhoods and wear fucking black fucking cloaks. You thought it was okay pushing the black dude around because you were bigger, stronger, and you had the numbers advantage. And what happened? You got taxed. You got taxed. It's hard to feel sorry for you. First damn thing you tell a black kid, when did you stop being black? When did you stop being black? What the hell is it? You can't you can't do what you want. And then the liberals are gonna fuck around and fucking put you in a trash bag. Sorry. Can't rock with that shit. You go up to these places, people suffer from a great bit of white mediocrity. Because let's face it, that's what the fuck it really boils down to is white mediocrity. You come over there and think you got the numbers, and what happens? You get your ass handed to you. Your daddy must not love you much. My guy, your daddy must not care for you. Because your daddy should have told you, leave them the fuck alone. Mind your fucking business. But no, I gotta continue this cycle of hate, this cycle of ignorance. I gotta continue it. Because I should be able to do what my daddy or granddaddy did. What, get your ass whooped too? And don't treat it like, oh, this is some random act of violence. Don't do that. Don't treat it like it's some random act of violence. Like you never knew shit like this could break down. Don't do that. Don't do that. Well, he was a good boy. Good boys don't start bullying people because they got numbers. They just don't. They just don't.
I'm back.
All right. I don't want to hear Metcalf being said he was a good boy because when your father comes on social media to call a black kid a watermelon felon, that doesn't sound like you came from good stock. Ladies and gentlemen, whosoever holds this power shall have the powers of Thor. Black Uber, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing, Black Uber?
Hey Charles, how you doing? I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. My son graduated 2 weeks ago. Doing great.
Congratulations,
Uh,
congratulations.
thank you.
Look forward to hearing
Thank you.
about his many future successes.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. You know, I'm just giving a very good perspective to catch you up on this because I know I've been quiet for 3 weeks focusing on my son's events. This is why I've said this, and I want to see what your take on it when I came up with this phrase. All I see is white audacity, white male audacity, and black male ego. What's your thoughts on that statement right there?
White male audacity, black male ego. Well, I think I'm very familiar with white male audacity. I mean, America is a sort of a 400-year racial base. It's a racial based caste system that sort of works kind of like a pyramid scheme
Hmm.
where uh, depending on your demographic makeup sort of dictates where on that pyramid you are. Obviously being white male and affluent or whatever, the higher you go up, of course, then white women, non-black people kind of varies, maybe based on maybe the Asians are higher than maybe Latinos. I don't know. You can kind of you can kind of figure through that. Then obviously you get to black females, and then at the base you have black males with a side caveat of Native Americans who are basically just sort of figuratively non-existent. You know, obviously there are Native people who are alive, but sadly, for all practical purposes, in terms of influence on the society, they're pretty much nil, unfortunately. And so when you say audacity, well, yeah, I mean, you know, that audacity is born of their position in the pyramid scheme. You know, you are going to be audacious if you're at or near the top of that caste system. You are going to have presumptions about things that you should be allowed to think and do, and to other people, how you should be able to maneuver and present yourself to them, and how they should cow themselves to you. So you're definitely going to be audacious. You know, I'd be interested in your commentary about the black male ego, because, you know, I kind of view that to be a complex issue. You know,
I will
I
say
think
this about the book. I'll give you a little synopsis of it. I'm not speaking from 44-year-old Charles. That comes from wisdom, and like you said, and I coined the phrase what you and BGS said, compared to a lot of guys, you live 4 lifetimes. 17-year-old me, I know I could have crushed some people. I was already on my second or third championship in wrestling. I got a bronze medal at 16. 17-year-old Charles could have fucked some people up if he chose to. But guess what 17-year-old Charles did? Walk away. That's the part of the ego I talk about. Walk away. My dude, walk away.
Yeah.
I know these, unless you're cornered, I'll never tell a person don't defend themselves if they're cornered.
And you know what? I want to say this, Charles. I've been listening to you, right? Okay. I'm in California. I'm in a black neighborhood. Okay. The same shit would have happened. It was 2 black schools in a black neighborhood. The same shit would have happened. Okay. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to sit in a section of another team. Okay, unless you're invited, unless it's cool with it. If you're asked to leave, you leave.
Just
okay.
leave.
And if you don't want to leave, a couple of your big homies will come down and escort you out.
Yeah. And
So
then
that's very common. So it's not because they were white. Okay, if it was a white kid that came over there in their section and did the same thing probably would have happened. Okay, when it comes to athletics, okay, and the thing is, he's an athlete. He should know better. That's why I don't understand.
you know,
and the craziest
missing,
part about it, he was invited to sit over there.
Even so,
from this,
go ahead.
what's really missing from this discussion, I think, is Carmelo's personal record.
No?
I mean,
Okay.
we're making, you know, in a way, and maybe it's all hindsight now, but maybe, and I'm not sure. You know, the cynic in me think his conviction was a done deal. So let me put that out.
It pretty much the conviction was, yes.
Assuming that not to be the case, it is possible, had there been a presentation, if Karmelo himself had testified and was given a chance to present some sense of the kind of young man he is, you know, present his humanity. Because, I mean, in all of this, of what has been presented, we don't really have any sense of what kind of young man this is. Now, when you hear and read about his personal record, it seems pretty exemplary.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, an A student.
He's not a dummy. He's not a dummy.
He was working 2 jobs. He was captain of the track team or whatever. So this isn't a guy who, on the surface at least, is the type who's looking to make trouble. So
He's a tough guy.
Well, I mean, maybe he is. I mean, most athletes are fairly tough, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, you can be a tough guy, but not necessarily be an asshole. You know, Charles is a tough guy, but
No.
Charles, as he just described, he could have been an asshole.
He was an asshole. According to testimony, he was being an asshole. That's how come they were asking him to leave.
And this is the part that I said. So go ahead, Uber. That I'm Uber BGS that I'll follow up.
Okay, you know, because I'm kind of iffy on the testimony. I think this was all kind of like, to some degree, a kangaroo court that was presented, and I think people are presenting things. I think people have presented things a certain kind of way. Frankly, I believe for self-protective reasons. Frankly, given the relationships of people involved. Apparently, he had one relationship with the Latino kid, and then the Latino kid presented that he had a different relationship. I think there's some self-protection that has gone on. I think the jury was kind of railroaded into making a decision where you got to convict him of something because he did actually kill a kid. Yeah. But he never should have been tried for first degree. There's nothing about this presented here, in my view, as a layperson, that qualifies as first degree murder. Nothing. There's no premeditation here. There's no will. None of that. None of that is first degree murder. So the thing was orchestrated by the apparently there was a request to have the charges reduced. The judge, in my view, conspired with the prosecutor to not do that. So put the jury in a position.
Actually, in the jury instructions, he did allow for manslaughter. He did for reduced.
Why was this not a manslaughter case? Why was he not tried for manslaughter?
There are two reasons. One is because when you come into somebody else's tent, according to testimony, he's a provocateur. That's number one. Number two, the biggest statement why he got tried for murder is because he had his hand in the bag when he said, "Touch me, see what happens."
That was preemptive.
That's preemptive. That is preemptive.
That is first degree murder.
Yes,
that is premeditated murder. So I put my hand on a weapon.
On a weapon, yes.
And this is a situation where there have been no prior provocation, presumably between me and this individual. Right. I don't know this individual. We've not done anything to each other. I encountered this individual, bigger than me, stronger than me, several of them, and I make a maneuver to protect myself in that situation. Had they not confronted me, this is not happening.
Okay.
So for that to be premeditated murder,
according to the law, and now I'm not a law enforcement officer like Charles is, okay. If you put your hand on a weapon and then you make a provocative statement, okay, that can be conceived as first degree murder.
Because here's the part.
Because you know that you're armed and your hands are.
Did he put his hands on the weapon? Did he put his hands on?
It doesn't matter, okay. In other words,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're being assaulted.
You cannot make a challenge. You cannot make a challenge with a weapon. Okay,
it does not matter that you are being assaulted.
He wasn't.
And you moved to protect yourself.
Okay.
Here's the part. Here's the part from the legalities, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's the legalities. Number one, assault is defined by what? Unwanted touching.
Unwanted touching. Yeah.
That's why I laugh. That's why I always laugh when women say he verbally assaulted me. He financially assault means touching, unwanted touching.
Yeah,
that's why I laugh. Number two, when we look at this is where they're both wrong. At some point, you had if it was outside, I have a different view. If it was outside on the corner, out in the street, out in the alley, okay, it's different. If two boys run up on me who big and stronger than me, you coming up on me, I'm gonna put something in you
even
that you're not gonna like.
Even Texas would have said that,
But this is where he gets hammered. And I made this statement specifically. You're at a school function.
Mm-hmm.
You're at a school function. Even if you're at a sport, you're at a school function. I even said when I wrestled.
Charles, no one is questioning.
No, no.
No reasonable person
Yeah.
is questioning whether or not he did something wrong, and even whether or not he should have been convicted of a crime. My issue with this is the conspiring together to give him the worst possible charge and conviction.
He was actually
That's where, to me, there's some prosecutorial and judicial misconduct that happened here.
He was actually offered a deal.
Yes, he
of
was.
manslaughter. He was actually offered it.
So I'm going to accept a manslaughter charge, or you're going to charge me for something that I didn't actually
Prosecutors do it. Prosecutors do it all the time.
Happens every day. I got a cousin doing time right now. Similar situation.
Yep.
They took the deal.
And when you present the case of your cousin, we can debate how wrong that was too, brother.
Okay.
Well, you have to understand it from their point of view.
Yeah.
Because my cousin took the deal because they was looking at life.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it don't really, because I told my cousin take it to trial.
Yeah, and you're rolling the dice when you do that, though.
But you're rolling the dice with that. And my cousin said, no, I'm just I'm copping out to the shit. And it is what it is. You got to look at it from their point of view. Because at the end of the day, Melo's the one that got to do the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to say this from a professional standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. I get a lot of shit. I get it. Because this is preventable on both sides of the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said earlier, I've been a 17-year-old athlete. I've been to wrestling meets where if you're an overly or you in those big tournaments, guess what? You got to sit in the bleachers and you may not be sitting with people. Guess what? Charles has the common sense, and this is when I like to quote BGS. When did your ass stop being black?
Yes.
Yes.
That's my issue. When did your ass stop being black?
I want to ask this to Charles, okay? If he was in the hood, do you think he would have done the same thing he did when people asked him to leave out of their tent?
He'd have left faster.
He left faster.
I think so.
Yeah,
he'd have left faster.
Because they white and you think they pussies, as you called them, because he did call them pussies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I ran track in high school. This shit happens.
A lot of conjecture there, though, because I mean, again, you have to look if someone is confronting you,
mm-hmm.
and part of the problem here, in my view, because we're making assumptions, we don't know all the dialogue, because you could very easily be in a situation where somebody confronts you and they ask you to leave or et cetera, or whatever, and you leave, or somebody come to you a certain kind of way, and then you're returning language, not just because of whether or not you should leave, but because of the tone and the mentality that's being confronted by you, to the point in which even if you would have been inclined to leave, but you're not going to just treat me like I'm a pussy.
Well, the thing is, you want to be because I got a nephew, okay, and when he was here in California, okay, with all the black kids, a lot of shit that he did when he was in Texas, especially in Clean, which is a mixed middle class military town, okay, he wouldn't have done here, okay, same shit he wouldn't have done here, okay, because trust and believe in Inglewood or Compton or Watts, okay, you run up somebody's tent to ask you to leave, you're gonna get your ass whipped by the athletes.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at it,
which is why, Charles will tell you, which is why they don't want weapons in the school, because this shit can happen,
and that's why they gave him such a heavy penalty. Now, do we have a white boy that went through shit before? Sure, but this is the part that I tell people that people don't like. When did you stop being black?
Yeah. I want to say something about that, because I want to say that's another reason I want to talk about the white boy that got the 10 years. Okay. And people say it's the same, but it's not the same. It's similar, but not the same. Okay. With the white boy and the Mexican kid, okay, they had agreed to fight. Number one, okay, And number two, it's supposed to be off school grounds, but the Mexican kids trapped him in the bathroom, and they locked the door. Okay,
That's different.
that's different.
No
Okay,
place to go.
that's different. It's mutual combat. Number one, it's in a locked room where he can't escape. That's number two. And should he have brought a weapon on the school? No, he didn't. Okay, which is why he got the charge that he got. But and he was going to get 2 years probation, but the judge looked at it and said, "No, boss. I said we got to give you at least a weapon enhancement. Now you got to do these 10 years." So he didn't get probation. He got 10 years in prison. He didn't get 10. He didn't get 10 years probation. He got 10 years in prison because the judge said, "At this, you brought a weapon. Okay, you brought a weapon not on the street but to school. So I have to give you at least a weapon enhancement because you brought a weapon to school." So instead of getting the year or two probation or whatever the white people jury's going to give you, nope, I'm gonna wipe all that out. You got to do at least 10 years, which is the max under what he was convicted under. So he got the absolute max.
And the weapon, and the locked door makes all the difference.
Yeah.
So
Because no matter what you want to say about the Melo thing, he was outside.
yeah,
That's why you got people.
and he was asked to leave.
Right, and that's why you got people saying release the tape, because some people are saying he was being jumped, some people saying he's being cornered. Yeah, and I ran track in high school myself. I ran the 4 by 100-meter hurdles, and I was on the relay team. This shit happens. Rival schools, you know what I mean? All this type of shit. And at a track meet, you have way more freedom to roam around between events. It's not like the basketball team or the football team, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where it's just way more coaches. It's you in one spot. There's a lot of shit going on at a track meet.
Yeah.
So you don't have the grown-ups around at all times. A lot of shit go on at track meets, man.
Yeah, it could be because they're watching the track. They're not really watching.
Right.
Yeah. And the thing is when people say about the difference. Now, do I think the white boy should have got more time? Yes. Okay. I think 10 years is probably too little. I think the judge thought 10 years was too little. Do I think Anthony got too much? Yeah, I thought he should got a maybe 15 max. Okay, because he's a kid. Okay, but the thing is, I blame his lawyer and I blame his parents. You rolled the dice with this kid's life.
Yes.
And you were not once. Even Charles will tell you, once you bring a weapon to school, the odds of you winning that case are very slim.
Very slim. And the thing is, man, again, when we talk about awareness, bro, I mean, it's fucking Texas, for crying out loud, dude. You on trial for murder against a white kid. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
And don't tell me I'm the only one. When you saw that it was an all-white jury, you knew it was over. Don't tell me I'm the only one.
All black jury would have convicted him too. They might not have given him as much time, but they'd have convicted him too.
Yeah, technically it wasn't an all-white jury. There was some, evidently, some Asians, some Muslims in there.
Because the Raymond Child case was all black jury. So do that for what you will.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah. So because I'm in California,
and I say all the time, I'm a concealed carry guy. You know what I'm saying? And Charles has heard me say it a dozen times. You're gonna say whatever the fuck you got to say to me. I'm gonna try everything in my power not to shoot you.
Yes.
Yeah. You got to think about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Discipline on both sides were bullshit. Because when you're at an event, when you're at an event, if you're having trouble with another student, they're going to be like, okay, why do you go to the coaches, none of the school police, resource officers? Why do you go to them?
Because the coach would have asked him to leave. Yeah.
Guess what? It would have been better that way.
Yeah, I agree.
Because here's the part that kills me.
I just wish it's just a whole, with all due respect, it's a whole lot of speculation about what happened.
All we can go by is what you said. That's all we can go by.
No, I'm seriously, and maybe it's just me. I don't trust the witness testimony here because it's largely children who may be afraid about a lot other things for good reasons. So I don't I don't trust the witness testimony.
What other testimony do you have?
Well, what I'm saying is, for me,
Mhm.
if we were to see the videotape and if everything that you guys have alluded to is confirmed, then that is what it is. But I'm just, again, given that these are a lot of these were young people, children,
Mhm.
friends of this or that or the other, or whatever. I don't trust it.
Oh,
I
I
don't.
mean, the thing is, in any case, and we have way more witnesses in this case than you normally have in any other case. Okay, normally, okay, unless you get like street footage or something like that. Um, and you had a defense attorney that seen this, that has looked at this video over and over and over again. Okay, he didn't believe in it. He saw it. It was in they because there's only a couple of cameras, and the one that had the shot of what happened, okay, was across the other side of the field. They had to digitally enhance that so you could actually see something. Okay.
Well, I mean, then we have to assume if the defense attorney saw it
Yes.
and it inculpated or made Karmelo appear guilty,
Yes.
then wouldn't that have warranted his agreeing to take the lesser charge? I mean, if I saw a videotape that clearly said that Karmelo was guilty, then why would I not take the lesser deal?
It could have been like my man said. Okay, it's up to Carmelo and his parents, and I guess they turned it down. Okay, I don't know what the attorney
And a
said.
lot of times, it's a lot of times people don't. A lot of times when you go to court cases, there's a lot of hubris.
Mm-hmm.
We just gotta point that out. There's a lot of hubris. I'll
Yeah.
give you an
No,
example.
I get all that, but I'm just, if it's an attorney where, presumably you're relying on this guy to protect.
But here's the problem with people and attorneys. A lot of people override their attorney's advice.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
but I get that. I get that. I do. But I got a child, 17 years old.
Mm-hmm.
There's this tape here that says my child is guilty, right? Like guilty.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you
and
believe
you're
it?
an attorney, and you're an attorney telling me, look, this tape, we're not going to win this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think most Black parents, I mean, and again, let's look at the background of this guy. The background of this guy is an A student, working 2 jobs, on the track team.
Yeah.
This don't sound like a family of fuck-ups. This don't sound like a family that is inclined to make bad decisions.
Guess who also said that? Believe it or not, the judge. Asked him, do you believe that this guy's a criminal? No, he's just a good kid that made a mistake. Unfortunate mistake. That's what the judge said.
No, and this is the craziest part.
A mistake is premeditated murder.
In the heat of the moment, it happens all the time.
Yes.
This is
premeditated murder. Premeditated, willful. When I read premeditated work, I read planning, willful.
According to the law, it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't take that long. Okay, according to the law, even California, it doesn't take that long. It can be.
I understand where.
First degree murder, not second degree murder, not manslaughter, not intentional manslaughter, not unintentional, premeditated first degree murder.
They offered him manslaughter. Okay, the 2 charges. We're gonna give you a plea to the lesser charge, and they turned it down.
Yes, and I understand where Beckeru is coming from, but unfortunately, and I don't like I don't necessarily like he was charged, with first degree murder, but him putting his hand in that bag is enough.
That was the key. That was the 2 things. The 2 things that were key. Okay, is you already have your hand on the weapon, and then touch me and see what happens, and that was enough to trigger first degree murder.
Yes.
This is the difference. I don't know if y'all heard me earlier, right?
No, go ahead. I heard some of it, but go ahead, repeat it.
This is what I told people earlier. This is where premeditation starts. Okay? Premeditation starts when I have the opportunity to walk away.
Oh, really? Okay. Expound on that.
In other words, if you bother me and I have the opportunity to walk away, meaning we get into an argument, you hit me or
Mm-hmm.
you hit me with something and I shoot you.
Yes.
That's just action.
Yes.
No thought about it. It was me or you.
Yes.
Premeditation is when you have time to think about it. When the statements were made, touch me and I got something for you,
Yes.
you're no longer in the victimhood. You got your hand in the bag and you're preparing, you're thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You have time to think. Self defense is it was me or him. I
Yeah.
didn't know what he was gonna do. I don't know what was gonna happen. Bam. And this is what also made it worse. You're on a school with so many officials that could have intervened.
Yeah, and the biggest kicker, and I said this because I see this shit happen in L.A. in L.A. County all the freaking time. That's how come I knew exactly what he's gonna get. I heard hopefully they don't get manslaughter, but as soon as you bring a weapon to school, as
Yes,
soon as you
You're,
do it, okay,
you're lucky.
you're lucky. Yeah,
that's
you're
enough for premeditation right there.
That's all. It was you bringing a weapon to school is almost akin to premeditation. You know you intend to use it.
You were already warned not to bring it. That's
Yeah.
what you signed your contracts for schools, right?
Yes. Yes.
And this is what I tell people. Premeditation is when you got time to think about it. It could be 10 seconds. If I got opportunity to escape, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I got opportunity because he had opportunities to walk.
Yes.
Yes.
Did they just push? Did they just automatically come and jump on his ass? If they
No.
would have automatically jumped on his
Oh,
ass,
that's
that's something
different.
different.
That's different. Yeah.
But when you got time to think and you got time to put in your bag
Mm-hmm.
and then let out a fucking threat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not cooning for anybody because if anybody wants to say you cooning, please hit the
Come
chat. Matter of
come
fact,
on up.
anybody
Come on
who
up.
anybody who wants to do it, pay me first because you already don't know what the fuck you're talking about usually, and then I'll explain it to you because it's not like I haven't been in trials for homicides, drugs, assaults, domestic assaults. And so once he made that threat, you had enough time to walk away or get an official. And the coach, you could have told him, "Hey, coach, why you guy doing this? Hey, I'm gonna walk you over. Y'all sit in your goddamn seat. I'm gonna walk you over to another tent." But when you take this shit into your own hands, look what happens.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why I said it's the white boy audacity,
Mm-hmm.
black male ego.
Mm-hmm.
Because black males have this ego
Mm-hmm.
that we always got to prove ourselves and be tough.
Yes.
And I tell people this, and it dawned on me because I was talking to my ex girlfriend yesterday morning, and it just popped up in my head, and she said, "Ooh, ooh, John, you got to explain that, nigga. That was too good." That was her words. And I said, because black male ego has been lambasted for 500 years.
Yeah.
You're still looking for your masculinity. You're still looking for your red badge of courage. This is why so many of us in the black community won't talk about a BGS, a ABM, a Art New Style, a AB Media,
Yeah.
a black Uber who's a fucking accountant for God's sakes and
Yeah.
married with
And a
three,
politician on top of that. So.
a
Mm-hmm.
politician.
Mm-hmm.
They won't think about it. This is the black community in a nutshell. Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. will never be called a tough guy or he's the pinnacle of masculinity for black men. Even though I've done some of the most manliest fucking occupations a man of any race could do. Because you listen to what your women say dictates masculinity. I had a female friend tell me Well, a real man wouldn't talk down to a woman, and I told her, well, a real woman wouldn't talk back to a man, and you know what she did? She shut the fuck up
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I got her, and I said my masculinity does not dictate on what a woman thinks. It's me, my God, and my people, and my peers, my male peers. This is what the ego of black men need to really come and comprehend, and have come to God at Mount Zion moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth? Because here's another tidbit: Carmelo Anthony's not a dummy. You have a 3.7 GPA.
He's not a dummy.
You had five fucking full ride scholarships.
Mm-hmm.
Walk.
Yeah.
Oh man, look, that's why I said
And your father's in finance, your mother is a nurse. Okay, you're not a dummy. You're not, and you're not
that's
poor.
why I said it
It's
might have
just like
helped him had he gotten on the stand, because he might have been able to,
Okay.
maybe, like I say, I think it's a done deal. But it might have been he might have
they
been able
probably would have
to.
lessened the sentence.
They might have lessened the sentence. Was
They would have lessened the sentence once they
yeah.
realized how articulate and how educated he is to give him a chance.
They'd have seen him as a kid, the kid that he was. Okay, which would probably would have lessened the sentence because he is a
But
kid.
this is what we found out in criminology. And shout out to Loss because boy, Loss came over last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Helping him become a military officer. I think we went to DC and PG and we walked 11 and a half miles sightseeing.
Okay.
And we went to the ROTC office, the Air Force ROTC for University of Maryland. Beautiful campus, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And they told him, well, instead of ROTC, go to OTS.
Mm-hmm.
Because I told him, and when we all talked, I said, if you go to ROTC at this point, it's like repeating the 11th, like the ninth grade.
Mm-hmm.
You already got the degree. You can't get it. You're even if you get a master's, and we found out even if you get a master's, you still got to do your 3 years.
Yeah.
Go to OTS and put your applications there for all the branches.
Yeah. If you got a degree, already have your degree, and you get in the military, they're going to push you toward officer anyway.
Yeah, and what we found, and that's think about when you have somebody who's in your corner that knows the military. The same thing here because I've coached for 20 plus years. When my
Mm-hmm.
boy's about to get in a fight, yeah, but guess what you do? You circumvent that shit.
Mm-hmm.
There are sometimes you're sitting next to opposite teams. You probably know the dudes, but
Mm-hmm.
once you sense beef, and
Yeah.
sometimes I think that a lot of these kids who grew up in these middle class families forget that they're black.
Yes, they do. Yes. Say
They
it again.
forget, and I said that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
When the fuck did you stop being black? You don't. How can I say this? It reminds me of women, and a lot of women don't sense danger, and that's what I
Yeah.
think about these black kids who grow up around white friends. You don't
Mm-hmm.
see danger the same way a
No,
nigga in Baltimore would see or Chicago would see danger.
because it's not presented the same way.
No, and I'm like, yo, at some point, I gotta say, you know what? Well, if I got enough time to count the people, 1, 2, 3, I got to get out of here
Yeah.
because it's about to get ugly.
Yeah. Because I don't think
And
this kid's ever been in a fight.
no, and it's almost telling because one, you carried a knife,
Yes.
and guess what? Don't give me that. Oh, he took pictures with guns. White boys do it too. Shut up. I'm
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah. Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if I look at this white boy's social media, we'll find a bunch of guns there. It's
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
cold.
He's guns. Yeah. Yeah.
So the thing I don't like it is when motherfuckers coon and just automatically don't look at both sides. I have to look at both sides because that's what I'm trained to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of people in the manosphere. I'm not saying that I'm Dr. Neil, Dr. T, and
Yeah.
I'm currently finishing school now. Thank you, Chapter 121 benefits, because you're paying for every goddamn thing, including my computer,
Mm-hmm.
and you're paying me to go. But this is what you
Mm-hmm.
notice. Do I blame the victim? Never. Even if I have I can say this, YouTube rape. That's what it's called, sexual assault. I'm a professional, so get over it. Even if it's a known prostitute, I
Yeah.
got to still treat her with dignity and respect. Whatever she did in her past is the past. That's not what she currently called me for. So when you go through this scenario, I will look at it and say, look, you're going to get 5, 10 years, maybe 2.5 if you pleaded manslaughter. That way, I can still give you a chance to go back to school.
Yeah.
You lose those scholarships. Oh, you have to pay a penance.
Yeah.
You have to pay your penance. That's also another thing I have an issue with black people. You know, they don't believe in penance.
Mm.
It has to be paid. Guess what? If you're a teenage mom, my ex said it. She says I was a teenage mom. I had to pay a penance. I can't run the streets like my other friends could. That's my penance to pay.
Yeah. Yeah. Black
And
women don't believe in that.
and she said, you know, there's a reason why, you know, none of my daughters are teenage moms because I taught them what not to do.
Yeah.
From not only example, but look at the struggle your mom has to do taking care of kids.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the craziest part: black people really don't know the law. This is why, you know, a guy like Ben Shapiro would avoid a motherfucker like me. Because if you want to talk about statistics, number
Yeah.
one, state your fucking sources. Number two, tell me what this crime homicide mean, which literally means homo means short for Homo sapien, side means taking of life.
Yeah.
Now, how come white people who outnumber us, what, literally 6 to 1, don't have more homicides? You know why? Because if you look at the unified crime charts, there's the fucking charge of manslaughter. So if you're
Yes.
looking for homicide, it's a different fucking charge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I tell people when you finagle the papers. But when you look at sex offenses, 80% of them are white male.
Yeah. Yeah. In most upper middle class districts like Frisco do not want homicide on their record. Okay, give them something lower so you don't have the stigma. They the last thing they wanted in the upper middle class white area is this kind of crap. Okay, it's a mixed area. They want to make sure they want this shit. We all get along. We good to our black people. Blah blah blah. That's what they want. Okay, and this stuff kind of blew it up. Okay.
Yeah, and it shows you, and the father is
Yeah,
going to
but he
make
is weak.
his
Yeah,
father. Of course, he's upset,
he's upset.
but
Yeah,
you're making the term watermelon felon. You already
yeah.
know what you're saying.
He's trying to insult the family and the son because he's upset.
Yeah,
And
he's upset.
he's a Texan and he's a little bit
He's
racist.
upset.
Okay,
They're going to
Can
be
I
a bit
can I say
racist.
something?
go ahead.
Go ahead.
The dad's interview kind of reminded me of the O.J. Simpson trial. If you can remember back, I know BGS remember.
I was
If you
here.
remember when Fred Goldman would speak
Yeah,
to the media after the court day was over,
yeah,
and it was the one I remember one time he went off
yeah.
because according to him, Johnny Cochran was trying to make this a racial thing, and this is his words, because a police officer said some racist things. That's a quote from Fred Goldman. Right now, again, I get it. Your son's dead. You're angry. You're hurt. I'm a father myself. I understand totally. But let's keep it real, motherfucker. It wasn't some cop saying some racist stuff. It was the lead detective
Yes,
who went on record
yes,
and said, when I see a black man with a white woman, I frame him.
yes.
That's what he said.
Yeah,
So again, going back to Mr. Metcalf here, I get it. He's mad. He's hurt. Yada, yada, yada. But at the end of the day, dude, your son started this whole thing. Say what you want about everything else.
not really.
You approach. I disagree. I'm sorry. You approached him. That's just how I look at it.
Okay. Like I'm saying, I'm we have one of the biggest school districts in the country. Second, okay. This shit happens all the time.
I agree.
And what Mello did was violating what you're supposed to do as far as etiquette, right? And them escorting you out with hands on you is very normal.
I listen. I told you earlier. I ran track. I know what goes on at track meets. I
So
get it. I totally get it.
So what when I went to a white school and a
Right.
white kid came into the tent just like Mello did, he'd have got the
Mm-hmm.
same treatment. Okay. If you
Mm-hmm.
don't want to get the fuck out, in fact, since they probably went easier on Mello because he was black, because they didn't want this racial shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
They picked that white boy up and tossed him.
You know,
You're
I
right.
don't. I mean, I
But
guess
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it from the.
I know, because I went to a white school. I know what would happen to that white boy.
Yeah, BGS is
But
right.
I'm looking at it as from the point of view of what's the word I'm looking for? Self preservation.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I go outside, I don't fuck with people because I don't know what this motherfucker's capable of.
Okay.
That's how
Yeah.
I'm looking at it.
Okay. Let me ask you this, man. You ran track, right? You were an
Right.
athlete, okay?
Right.
Say some kid from a rival school comes sit under your tent, okay? You don't like it, but as long as he's cool, we'll leave him alone, right? And you start talking about the football team and the track team, start calling them pussies and yada yada yada. Would you not ask him to leave?
Probably.
Okay. And when you don't leave, in the black community, okay, in the black community, and I don't know if Charles in Baltimore, I don't know how they work in Baltimore, okay, you're gonna call in the enforcers to get him out of here.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. This how it works, right? Especially black schools.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, and I wrestled. So wrestling in Baltimore is heavily black, but the county's obviously heavily white.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, you're sitting by people anywhere and you're talking.
Mm-hmm.
Because number one, there's only but so much bench space during the tournament.
Yeah.
Number two, we have a rule of thumb. Don't go to the bathroom by yourself. Don't go to the food place by yourself.
Okay.
Because you never know who might because let's say you're number one seed.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody might start a fight and try to injure you, so you're not in. So guess what? You got backup, and at least you got a witness to say what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Two, most people are going to be cordial. Most people are going to be cordial, unless you're an asshole.
Unless you're an asshole, yeah.
Live or let live. That's what most athletes are. It's people might talk shit about the team or sports teams. Hey, your basketball ain't shit.
But you can't do it underneath their tent, though.
and most black people, because most black people are gonna laugh and joke back.
Yeah.
And this is what I talk about cultural differences, where
we
can get along.
Charles, you can't. In the black neighborhood, okay, you cannot go to the opposing team side and talk shit about their team. Okay?
No, and you can't do it.
You're gonna be asked to leave.
You can't do it unless two reasons. Hold on. I'm gonna give you the floor, Uber. You can't do it unless you got two reasons. Number one, you're known.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about violence, like you're known through the teams.
Oh yeah, you're that dude, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And number two, you got friends on that team, and y'all could joke like that. Because here's the crazy part: it's like I could yell, "BGS is a motherfucker."
Yes, yeah.
Because we got that relationship. But let some Johnny come lately come on my panel and say BGS a motherfucker. I'll be like, wait a minute, motherfucker, why are you being disrespectful? You don't even know the man.
Yeah.
That's how it is when it's familiar. Because we joke all the time, man, you lucky you got that goddamn switch. Hey, you lucky you got caught in it. That's because we joke.
Yeah.
And that's the problem when I say I live on a mixed neighborhood right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm playing Frankie Beverly watching my car, my speaker outside.
Mm-hmm.
That song must have been pretty fucking good because white people came outside, sat on the steps, tapping their toes.
The white people been in Frankie Beverly, man. Don't get it twisted.
Oh yeah, that's why he was popular in Germany. Yeah. So because they made them do something I haven't seen them do any summer I've seen. They never say it outside in front.
Mm-hmm.
Only one asshole was like, "Can you turn it down or play it down?" I said, "Okay, I'm not even gonna argue with you. Okay, I'll turn it down a little bit."
Mm-hmm.
And the white guy I spoke to, he was like, "Man, that's a pretty damn good song. Who sings that?" I said, "Shit, it's Frankie Beverly. If I could sing that, I wouldn't work." and we were
Mhm.
laughing about it.
Mhm.
But what happens is a lot of people don't understand the cultural imbalance, and we have to say there's a distinct difference. You're
Mhm.
American, but there's a distinct difference. Like the Cho
Yes.
case.
Yes.
The Cho case, I, as a police officer, former or current, cannot rush out there and chase a motherfucker for one bottle of water. It's
That's true.
not worth it.
Yeah.
I think Cho should have been fucking convicted.
I do too.
Because,
Yes.
first of all, if they said the gun was in his pocket and you shot him in the back, there's
No,
no fucking way you could claim self
no.
defense.
He dropped the gun and went back to pick it up.
And you pick it up and you shot him in the back. Guess what? I can't do that as law enforcement.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
this is the fucking force that I tell people
Hmm.
reasonably. If we're
Yeah.
gonna make rules, make it clear. And please, by the way, everybody, this is one of the few times you gotta. I guess you could call me an expert. I may not know shit or something, according to some people.
Yeah.
Please hit the cash app, put some money on the book.
And that was an Asian. It was an Asian dude with a black lawyer and a black
Hmm.
jury. Okay,
Hmm.
so you can't say it was race. Okay,
You
you can
can't
say
say it's racist, but if I had to say from the evidence being presented, nigga,
yeah.
that's nigga.
He should have walked. He should have walked because the L.A. riot started behind something very similar, which is
That
Started
black
that
girl who
girl.
got shot in the back of her head, right?
Natasha Harlem. Yeah, Natasha Harlins. Okay.
Is that? I have to ask BGS. Is that lady still in hiding?
I don't think she's in the country anymore. I think she went back to Korea.
Oh,
Because
okay.
during the riots they burned down her store, so I think they just left.
Yeah, they burned down this dude's store too. So
Oh, did they burn down his store? Okay.
yes.
Oh yeah. Well,
Let's
that's
shout out to them.
yeah.
And
Shout out to
then,
them.
but then here's the part where people might call me a coon. Number one, the fuck you doing 14 with a gun?
Yeah, and two cell phones. So
We
what?
got two cell phones on.
He
Oh,
had two cell. Yeah,
oh,
he had two cell. He has
I,
mama's
I'm,
cell
I'm,
phone and his cell phone on him. So,
and I'm like, yo, it's at some point, black people being raised by a single mother, being
yeah,
raised by a mother past, I say the age of 10 is a detriment,
yeah, yeah,
especially alone. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
yeah,
do a paper if I could get a PhD or a high level master's out of this fucking chapter 31.
yeah,
I'm gonna write a paper on that one and show you how detrimental this shit is.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
and and people will say it's irrelevant to his death. Yes and no. Because guess what? I've said this before, and I said it years ago. AB, I've been on your show, BGS, your show, and I've said it on mine. And I want people to listen to me and listen to me fucking good.
mm-hmm.
Black boys do not have the gift of adolescence when it comes to the court system, okay?
No, yeah,
Meaning you don't get the boys will be boys verdict,
no,
no.
no.
okay? How many years did I say that shit, BGS?
Hey, since you've been on, man.
And people ask me these questions. This
Yeah,
is not the correlation that, like, let me put this up there, right?
yeah.
Okay,
You live in one of the blackest cities in America.
Mm-hmm.
exactly. I'm in a chocolate city.
Hmm.
So I'm going to say this about the correlation. That I say the gun was a correlation to his death
Yeah. Oh
at any
yeah.
time.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if he doesn't have the gun, child
He
goes to
probably
prison
would
for
have
murder.
shot him.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah. He goes to prison for murder.
here's my thing. If you
Uh-huh.
shoot a motherfucker in the back, even
Yeah.
with a gun,
Yes. It should
that's
be.
illegal.
It is illegal.
That should
But
be murder.
it should
But
be murder. But with the gun, you get wiggle room and a
the
good
gun,
and a good lawyer.
the
You get
gun,
reasonable
and a
doubt.
good lawyer,
Hmm.
because here's the part that I tell people: look, I'm one of the few people who will break this shit down like an M4.
Yeah.
I will break it down to the subject and a predicate.
Yeah.
Because here's the one thing that always plays in self defense. Number one, your level of fear. Can Is my level of fear going to be different than the average citizen?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Why?
Always because you got a uniform. You walk into the unknown.
Think about this, right?
Hmm.
If I get into a self-defense issue, God forbid,
Mm-hmm.
is it going to be different for me than the average citizen?
Yes.
Walaikum salam, Philip. Walaikum salam.
Yeah, and law enforcement are actually given a lot more leeway than the average citizen.
Now, and there's also a lot more stringency because you
That is,
know a lot of things you know better.
yes.
And here's my thing, and I told people this before. I told this to my ex and one of my homeboys. At 5'10", 280 pounds, every video of me lifting weights, every video of me coaching, and probably videos I didn't even know existed of me wrestling will pop up. My DD214, probably some of my missions that I didn't know they had in record will pop up.
Mm-hmm.
My police records will pop up. My qualifications will pop up. I better have a really good reason shooting a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
If most people I'm physically stronger than.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how it is. And here's the part, man. Here's the link. Because I might need to explain this to you. Because yes, black men do need magical foresight. Yes.
Mm.
Because you don't stop being black in the United States. I'm sorry. You don't
You
get
do not.
leeway.
You do not. Yeah.
You don't get leeway. Here's my question. Why is it that black boys are on eighth grade? Can't only what 8% of them can read on grade level at eighth grade.
10.
10. Oh, we got up 2 points.
Yeah. It might
So
be lower. It might be lower in Baltimore. I don't know.
here's my shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I know historically, right,
Mm-hmm.
that law, the court system was never in favor of me and my people,
Especially in
I should
Texas.
act. I should act accordingly.
Yes.
Because a lot of you niggas forget the South is still the South with two F's.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Should everything be fair? Yes. But is everything actually fair in practice? Fuck and no.
Where in the world are things fair? Name me a country.
Nothing.
Name me a
Not one.
country. We're looking in the Middle East right now. Is that shit fair?
Not even one.
All them countries in Africa,
here's,
is that shit fair?
and let's talk about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've been in countries where if the same shit would have happened, he would have been executed on the spot.
True.
So I don't want to hear about this thing about, well, you know, black men and it. Yes, you should. Because guess what? Even lions in the summer. Do you know what the percentage of lions hunting in the daytime and their success rate?
Mm-mm.
10%.
Yeah, sounds about right.
About it goes up about 40 to 50% at night. You know why? Because their night vision is better than military night vision goggles, naturally.
Mm-hmm. Hey, BGS, check the back chat.
So that being said, even lions don't look at the world fair. It's kill or be killed, hunt or hunt.
True, AB. They're already doing it. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the point, right? Niggas don't want to hear what needs to be said. Okay? Yes. Do I think the guy should have been arrested for murder? Yes. I think not. He was arrested. He was he was arrested, but he should be
Yeah,
convicted of murder.
yeah. I don't think you should have. I don't think he should have got the amount of years that he got. But
Right.
it is what it is.
But and even Child, I think he should have been.
He should have been
I think
convicted.
Child should have been convicted of murder.
Yeah, he should have been.
And this is the problem.
Yeah.
They specifically had a black jury, so
Mm-hmm.
there I forget what state it was in, so
South
nobody
Carolina.
could say the shit. So they could
Yeah.
not say racism. And
Yeah.
out of South Carolina, historically, how
Mm-hmm.
many times ABM, BGS, Black Uber, AB did I warn people? Look, I'm not saying don't follow your laws. But you just
Mm-hmm.
had a white boy argue with black people having a family reunion, minding their business, a cookout. This crazy motherfucker came with an AR-15 trying to shoot.
And got
Guess
blasted.
what? And he got blasted because guess what, nigga, we don't fight fair.
No.
I feel vindicated. I feel like the ancestors were smiling, having half and half, fucking drinks everywhere.
And guess
He was the only one that got shot too.
guess who had the weapon?
Who's that?
Former military.
Yeah, Marine.
But you know he was gonna get lit the fuck up.
He got lit the fuck up.
He got lit up. He's the only one that got shot. I was like, damn.
And guess what?
Every white boy that shoots don't have good aim. Okay.
And even the most racist white people said, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, even they're not. Oh damn.
It's pretty straightforward. Even Dr. Ells, I'm sure Charles would say the same thing. I think for a kid in a high school shit, I think 35 years is way too much for high school shit.
It's too much because it's too much because number one, prison is supposed to be three things, or jail.
Yeah.
And well, let's use the wording. We're going to use, since I'm back in college, let's use the proper terminology. Incarceration.
Yeah.
Should be big words. Incarceration is supposed to be three things: a deterrent, a punishment, and a rehabilitation. You don't want to put a young man like that because he still has the ability to turn his life around.
Right.
So you want to still go within the realms of rehabilitation. That way he can possibly go to college and still become a contributing member of society. Now, there has to be a punishment because one, you don't want this to be a recurring thing.
And if they let Karmelo off with this, it will be a recurring thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know kids will do it. Yeah, because you let Karmelo off and did the exact same thing that I did. He touched me or pushed me.
That's probably the other reason they charged him with murder.
I mean, well, Charles he's in law enforcement. Okay, the DA is always going to try to overcharge you if they can. Okay, to force you to take the plea. That's why they give you a higher charge. Okay, by law we can give you this, but we're actually going to offer you this. And they in LA they do this shit all the time. Okay, because they want you to take the plea.
Here's the crazy part, right? I'm gonna say this, and the links in the chat. So if you want to come up and ask the question, please hit the Cash App because you're getting some education. Now, EQ and IQ. First of all, EQ is something that's lacking in the black community. Even though in certain things, but I think black men kind of hold the monopoly in EQ.
Yes, they do.
Because we have to read the room.
Yes.
And I had to explain this to a lot of females who have sons. Your sons are bigger and taller than me. Let's say we'll use Peanut. Peanut's 6'2" and still growing. 170 pounds, cut like Colombian fucking Coke.
Dope. Yeah. Okay.
And he boxes. And now he's going to jiu-jitsu class. Put him in a fight against a regular teenager one-on-one. It's going to be ugly.
It's going to be ugly. And you just had a case in, I think it's Massachusetts, the same thing, right? Okay, where it was a street beef, okay, a traffic beef, and the truck driver got out, and the guy got out, and the guy took a swing at him, straight up fight, okay, but since the guy was a wrestler and knew jujitsu, and he dropped the guy on his head, and the guy died. Guess what? He's got a manslaughter case.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fight that.
You're gonna have to fight that. Yeah. That's like with like I said, with great strength comes with what? Responsibility.
Okay. Great power comes with great responsibility. Spider-Man been telling you that shit for 60 years.
Yeah, because that's what the prosecutor gonna look at. You know by the way he swung that you were much stronger and much more skilled than this guy. and they're gonna weigh that in. And if the guy dies, yeah,
And they're gonna ask, okay, you know, they're gonna ask, okay, why did you
yeah,
get out the car?
uh, yeah. Why you get out the car? Yeah, that's true.
They're gonna ask
And
that.
yeah, yeah,
Because this is, remember what I said, premeditation is, I got time to think.
yes. It doesn't. In California, it doesn't take that long. Okay, you don't have to. Uh, if you plotted and if he plotted and he knew Metcalf was going to be there and he took the knife to kill Metcalf, he'd be looking at life. He wouldn't have got 35 years. He got life.
Mm-hmm.
He might have got executed if he was 18.
Yeah, might have got executed. Okay, yes, that's true.
And here's the crazy part about it.
Hmm.
For a state that's very liberal, they don't mind executing your ass.
They will, but the thing is, the California Supreme Court won't allow you to do it no more. But Texas
Yeah.
will.
Texas will, what's their motto? Their unofficial motto? Hang them high.
Hang on, my yeah. And the thing is, you move to Texas and you move to that area and yada yada yada, and you got to do accordingly. And you know, and the reason you have weapon policies in schools anyway is because of black kids. Okay,
Yeah.
it's because black
Think
kids were
about it.
taking weapons to school. It wasn't white kids that caused all this. It was actually black kids bringing weapons into school and knifing each other and stuff like that. I hear people say, uh, "My kid has a right to do something to this, and so if that the person touches him." Okay, don't send your kid to school because it's going to happen.
Here's my thing. There's something called the force continuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could use lesser to equal force,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the situation. This is deadly force defined for all you people who are in school or want to get promoted. If there's a great chance of jeopardy to physical or bodily harm, great physical or bodily harm, meaning incapacitation,
Mm-hmm.
amputation,
Mm-hmm.
being disemboweled or killed,
Mm-hmm.
or mayhem, which is loss of sight or limb. So, that being said, if this kid or any other kid, yes, this is the problem. Most
Mm-hmm.
of you motherfuckers don't want to take your kids to learn hand to hand combat, especially if they come up as black fathers. I don't mind kids getting into it. I'm one of the few people who will openly say it. I'm not saying carry a weapon, but if I'm down south, guess what I'm going to do? I'm carrying a fucking weapon.
Yeah.
Now, obey your laws, but if you carry it anyway, I understand. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not blaming the kid for getting shot because of the gun. I'm blaming the motherfucker. He should have been locked up for fucking murder because
Yes.
there's no fucking way a cop's gonna chase you down for no fucking bottle of water, 130 yards,
Yeah.
and this Chinese bastard doing his best for fucking imitation of fucking Eric Dickerson chasing
Mm-hmm.
the motherfucker. When guess what? Your insurance would never cover the fucking bottle. The police would have told me, like, dude, I'm not writing a report for $1 bottle. You're not
What is
wrong.
and also a case for tying up your shoes if you're going to try to escape. Okay,
Yeah,
if you're losing your shorts and your shoes and your gun and your phones trying to escape, you probably shouldn't be running.
he probably shouldn't be running. And here's the fucked up part.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the fact that people, and I understand it because, like I said, if Faulkner gets to the fucking shit,
Mm-hmm.
people are gonna bring up every fucking thing to make me look
Yeah.
like I'm the fucking second coming of fucking Prom Ken
Yeah.
Shamrock, the most dangerous man in the world.
Yeah.
And this is what black men unfortunately have to go through historically.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why I said you can't do it the same way. You should be able to, but you can't do it. And I said, look, there's people who knew me and saw me walking down the street, love me to death. And they said, dude, if I didn't know you, I would have walked across the other side of the street.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, I'm not. He's like, you just look scary to some people.
You would.
And and it's like, dude, when we look at this shit, we gotta act like this ain't a recurring thing. And I'm not making an excuse for anybody because I am very pro 2A. Matter of fact, for all you Jujutsu and Kaisen guys, you probably laugh at this shit. Domain expansion, Second Amendment. That's me all day. But you have to have wherewithal. If homeboy was at the street or in the alley and you
Yeah.
approached by two big strapping white
Oh yeah.
boys,
Then that's a different story.
guess what? Fuck
Mm-hmm.
around, find out.
Around, find
They're
out.
gonna
Yeah.
go. They're gonna go by how many people, how many
Mm-hmm.
officials, how many coaches, how many school police. And this is not me being biased. This is me telling you how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, goddamn it, I will tell you, motherfuckers, right now. Shout out to the Knicks. I don't want to be a cop who's detailed to that shit downtown because they still fucking down. It's a
Mm-hmm.
million fucking people converge on you with some scary shit.
Yeah, yeah. And any kid has been an athlete and been in the wrong spot with the opposing team, okay, knows immediately, okay, and they look at you, say, you need to leave. You ain't supposed to be here, okay, and they all look at you, and then the big boys stand up. Okay, it's time for you to leave. Okay,
You're just like, I mean, would you do it differently if we were in a bar?
no, you wouldn't. Yeah, that's true. Okay, you would. Okay,
Like, nigga. See, I don't know how they do it now in the Army, Mellow. We had a rule. If you and your buddy at the bar and one of y'all got your ass whipped, the unit's
well,
whooping
yeah,
your ass, so we going back to that bar to fuck up shit.
yes, yeah,
And this is what really fundamentally gets bad. I don't want to say you should live in fear. Fuck fear.
no.
But you should be aware. Go ahead, eloquently petty. This is this Marcus, right?
What's going on, bro?
What's up, Marcus? Marcus. What's up, Marcus?
What's happening? So that was me, synapathic.
I know.
Okay.
Because this is the part, because I don't know if you caught some of the stuff I sent you on Facebook. Me and you were
Mhm.
not far behind.
No.
There may be like a 3 to 5% difference, probably two, really. I have a son, and that's not diminishing anybody's point of view, yours, BGS's, or anybody in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the first motherfucker to tell my son, look, you're not going to be a bully because daddy going to whoop your ass. We don't do that shit.
That's true.
But when a 9-year-old, when he was in ninth grade and that girl spit on him,
Yeah, yeah. Do what you got to
and
do.
he gave her the fastest 6 punches recorded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As the administrator said, your son's such a gentle giant that he got hands like a praying preacher.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? That's how I was taught. No, my mother will vehemently to this day,
Mm-hmm.
don't let no bitch abuse you. If she
Mm-hmm.
big enough to hit you, slap her to the ground and she'll get the notice.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean abuse. That means defense.
Defense. Yeah.
And this is what I'm talking about. I didn't kick her in the ribs or nothing. I'm defending myself. But go ahead, Marcus. I'm gonna let you get in there.
So this is what I'm gonna say about this stuff. I think that the two cases with the two different young men are vastly different, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
I'm coming through loud and clear.
You're great. You're great.
In the case of Karmelo Anthony, we can talk about his exercise and judgment, and we can also talk about him exercising his rights, right? He's in Texas, is stand your ground, all of these things, right? How many videos have we seen of white men getting pulled over by police? And the first thing they tell a cop is, I don't answer questions, I don't do this, I don't do that, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I understand what I just said, or get the response of, well, we're black men, we can't do what they do. If you black and you try to do that white man shit, you could get pulled out the window, your passenger window cracked, and et cetera, et cetera. That's cool. It's not cool, but
I
that's
believe
cool.
you should be. I believe you should be able to.
No, you should be able to, but that's I'm driving to a point here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So with that being said, what you are saying about, okay, well, you know what? exercises in judgment, even though I halfway believe, I halfway agree with it. I understand the logic behind it, but if we had continued down that path, absolutely, we wouldn't be where we are now. In other words, if we always just said, you know what, if we do it this way, you know, we likely to get hurt, killed, injured, whatever the case may be, we would have made no progress. We'd still be sitting at the back of the bus, et cetera, right? Somebody got to take some lumps. Some shoes got to get stepped on. Somebody got to get knocked upside the head at some point for things to change, right? It depends on who's willing to do it, who ain't, who gonna put the bell on the cat, who's gonna be the soldier, who's gonna take the L. Okay, let's put that aside for a minute. That what I just said applies to Karmelo Anthony. Yeah, he could have left. He could have left the tent. He could have just, you know what? I'm gonna go over there, sit over there with my people. If there was his people in his tent to sit at, you know, he had the right to say, you know what? I ain't gotta leave. I ain't gotta do this. I ain't gotta do that. They did him dirty for exercising his rights, but as you said, yo, we black. We gotta approach things different. Yada yada. Blah blah blah. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And not just because of blackness. It's also
team
your future. But keep going. Keep going. Let's let you rock.
I get it. But let's put that aside for a second. So I'm going to respond with some of the stuff that I was saying before I jumped on, right? We talking about Cyrus Belton. Okay. Cyrus Belton wasn't in a situation where he could have made a decision not to do something. The reason why I say that is because there's no amount of foresight that would have led him to believe that after he goes into a Chinese gas station, picks up some water, gets harassed by the people, puts it back in the fridge, submits to a pat down, and you know was cooperative in every sense of the word, that he was going to walk out, leave this place, and then get shot down. Then get chased down by the Chinese store owner while the Chinese store owner is carrying his gun with his son. There's no way. Listen, we can sit here and we can talk about what black men should do, but there's some shit you cannot prepare for.
True.
All right.
No.
These things. Right. That's
one of the things I've actually agree with you, because that was something out of the norm.
Right.
That's something that was so fucked up beyond recognition. But continue, please.
I agree. But what I'm saying is, it's like there's this idea, because I've been in these conversations, in these debates for the last week or maybe over a week, where it's like black men gotta have this like magical teleka whatever to predict. Right? There's no way. Okay, he had a gun in his bag that he never pulled out. He never brandished. He's running with it, which means he opted not to use the gun. He opted not to use the gun. He could have pulled the gun out at any given point. He could have went outside, seen these dudes chasing him, took cover behind a vehicle, because that's what I would have did. I would have shot him. I would have shot him. Absolutely, Charles. I would have shot him.
He'd been in his rights to do so too.
Absolutely.
He would have been in his rights. And notice the one thing I never said was wrong. Number one, do I have an issue with a 14-year-old with a gun? Yes, because of the age. If you're with your parent, I don't have an issue. But 14-year-old with a gun, yes, I live in Baltimore. I get it. I definitely get it. Not condoning it.
I want to touch on that too, but go ahead.
Not condoning it, but I understand. Remember, I tell people I understand a lot. If you know what I'm knowing, because a lot of people are going to be like, but you said, yes, I understand. I didn't tell you to do it, but I understand. Now, let's go back to what I said before. You chasing me with a gun in hand. And of course, I'm going to, make like Wally West and Barry Allen to get the fuck out of there. But I could have tactically got behind an engine block, got a tactical position, and blew your fucking brains out your head.
Yes.
And I'd have been in my rights. Because like ABM brought up an incident 3 years ago in Baltimore. Matter of fact, it was the same day I went to BlurCon that year with my son and his best friend. They on what? Conway and Light. We got what we call squeegee boys. I'm pretty sure every black neighborhood has them.
Everyone has them, yes.
Squeegee boys, if all you got to do is tell them, hey, I ain't got it, or you sometimes you like, all right, they ain't committing crime. They just making a few dollars. Here you go. Here's a couple of dollars.
Right.
White dude gets mad at the squeegee boy instead of saying, "Hey, I ain't got it. Or I don't feel like it today."
Or driving off.
Squeegee boys are really believe it or not. This is a former cop saying it. Squeegee boys are actually really, really respectful because all they're trying to do is make a couple of dollars.
Yeah.
And let's face it, McDonald's ain't fucking hiring young black men because it's nothing but females and immigrants. So instead of saying, "Hey, I don't want it," this motherfucker decides to get out of his car, get a bat, and hit one of them, hit the guy.
Ooh.
And the 15-year-old pulled a fucking Glock and blew his shit back.
Rightfully so. Yeah.
And I told people, I can't blame them.
Yeah. Bad as a deadly weapon.
That bat could have knocked his brains out of his ears. And I said, instead of you came the aggressor, but you want to charge me because I'm still living. Let's get fundamental straight. People want to charge you only because you survived the encounter. Am I lying, folks?
And this is where I was going with it. The problem is, and we talking about Cyrus Belton. Let's say he did shoot the Chinese guy. It'd be his trial.
Yeah.
And he'd be sitting next to the other kid. And the thing is,
not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a lawyer and you're a kid and you got a 14-year-old and somebody's chasing you with a gun, guess what? You got a right to protect yourself, just like.
But he's 14. So understand. No, hear me out. Understand. They're using him being 14 to excuse his murder.
Yeah.
His 14 with a gun. He didn't do anything with the gun. So they're using, like they always do, they'll hold up a picture of him posing with the gun and all of this to make him into a bad guy that deserved to die. Right. They're using his possession of the gun at his age. If he was 20 and he had the gun, right, then there would be no crime. But they have to find the crime. So no, if he wasn't a criminal, if he didn't have a criminal record, if he was legally able to carry a weapon, right, we wouldn't be talking about why did he have a gun. We'd be talking about his gun rights, maybe. What I'm saying is they're using the fact that he had a weapon at his age to excuse his death. So the same would apply if he shot the Chinese man. If he shot the Chinese man, they would use the fact that he illegally possessed a firearm while committing that self-defense, as we would call it. They would find a way to charge him, at least for that, if not more.
But a decent lawyer would say, I'm in fear of my life because I'm being chased by two men with guns.
Right, but
even a 9-year-old has a right to protect himself.
I mean, we understand that, but we ain't the judge. The judge let the Chinese man go, shooting him in the back. So, I mean, we can have all the reasonable arguments on YouTube we want to. What happened was he got shot in the back while running away. Every expert told this in the court, and the man still got off. So,
and the jury didn't convict him. He was charged with murder.
No, that's what he was charged with, but then they let him go because there's no malice of forethought.
No. The jury didn't convict him.
I understand.
He had a trial.
Malice. I'm aware of the trial. He didn't get convicted. That's what we're talking about. Convictions. Malice of forethought.
Right.
Like you said, overcharge is usually what they do to the police or anybody that they want to get off. Right. They give them murder one. Because they know they can beat it because there's no malice of forethought.
Okay.
They gave the other kid, Karmelo Anthony, murder one, and they overrode the whole malice of forethought idea. He's supposed to beat that. He's supposed to get a lesser charge than that because there was no malice of forethought. Malice of forethought would mean when I get down to this track, I'm going to see Austin Metcalf and I'm going to kill him.
Okay.
Right? That's what that is. What I'm saying is, in this case here, they let the Chinese man off because no malice of forethought, which is correct, but they gave him the wrong charge, right? Or they should have hit him with both charges, or they should have gave the jury option for manslaughter, which they gave in the Karmelo Anthony case, and them people chose to give a murder one anyway.
The thing is, and this is by listening to the testimony of the case. Okay, the kid was running. They were chasing him with a gun. Okay, the thing is, the kid dropped the phone, the water, and the gun. He went back to pick up the gun.
I get it.
And then one of the Chinese guys said he's got a gun. Okay, that gives you a leeway that I fear for my life because he's got a gun.
No, I understand
and
it.
You can see it, and he's got it in his hand.
They found it later. There was never any proof that the gun was pointed at them guys. But what I'm saying to you is the point that I'm making is if the kid had shot the Chinese guy.
Yeah.
Because the point of contention is he's 14 with a weapon. Right? If he was a grown person and he picked up that gun and shot at them guys, he'd have been okay because he was getting chased by an armed pursuant.
He
right?
would have got a different charge. He wouldn't have got murder.
He would have got a different charge and he would have beat it possibly, but that's if he wasn't underage.
He'd got a charge of illegally possessing a weapon. He wouldn't got a charge for killing him.
Because under reasonable pretense.
Okay. The thing is under law, right? Okay. The Chinese guy does not have a right to chase me 130 yards with a gun.
No.
Have a reasonable interpretation that you're trying to kill me because you got a gun chasing me. Okay.
The lawyer, and you can watch the video, the lawyer actually argued, literally verbatim argued, that it is not illegal to chase someone down. He argued this in court.
Yeah,
I watched it. He argued.
It is not. Okay, now I want you to hone into what I'm saying. Okay, and contrary to what I'm saying. Okay, if somebody's chasing me that far with a weapon,
right,
not on foot, with a weapon, with a gun, have a reasonable expectation he's trying to kill me. I can say that because guess what? You chase me 130 yards with a weapon.
I don't have a problem with what you're saying. I have a problem with their ruling.
He can shoot you. Okay, the ruling is by you having the weapon, okay, and you have it in your hand. They can say, okay, I have real expectation that they're trying to harm you with that gun.
So under that reasonable pretense,
yes,
under that reasonable pretense, the ruling, like we've been saying, the Chinese man should have went to jail because under that reasonable pretense, we would imagine that this kid would have pulled his gun in response to being chased. But instead of people saying that, I got Negroes all over my Facebook timeline asking, what was he doing with a gun? In other words, they're looking at his simple possession of a weapon as cause for his death, not cause for his self-defense. And that's the problem that I'm having. So if we're going to say, well, if you shot the guy, it would have went this way. We also got to look at how it really went and how people are responding to it. Nobody's saying, well, maybe the kid opted to defend himself. What we're saying is the Chinese man should have, the China man feared for his life because, and the first thing we say is, well, he was 14 and he shouldn't have had the gun, right?
Yeah. But if we're going to use that excuse, we got the Cal Rittenhouse because guess what?
Right.
Cal Rittenhouse gave precedence, and this is the part that I get at.
And he was
Cal Rittenhouse, his mother, and other people who were associates to that shit should have went to jail.
They should have.
I agree. And this is the part where I tell people
was getting his ass beat. He had a right to use that.
Because here's my shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
When a mayor or a governor claim a state of emergency, that's a no man's land. Don't enter.
Man's land. That's true.
So why the fuck did you think you're gonna come over there, play G.I. Joe?
Yeah.
And you want to go guard a gas station and never needed your protection in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
So,
but guess what Cal Rittenhouse did when they came toward him? Guess what he did? He ran like a motherfucker. Okay, and they chased him down and started beating his ass. He had to get the motherfuckers up off him. They'd have killed him.
And this is where go ahead, Marcus.
Charles, I want to open up a new kind of like line of thought here, right?
Go ahead.
because I'm going back and forth with guys on the internet,
But
and
you
they're
also
talking
had
about
to think about. But you also had to think about this, Marcus. And this is some of the things that I know you've been posting, and I've posted. A lot of people on the internet are just plain stupid or ignorant.
Yeah.
no,
They don't know
absolutely.
they don't know the law. They don't know firearms. They don't know what you can and cannot do. They don't know what constitutes deadly force. They don't know the force continuum. But if I say something
Right,
online, everybody think they know more than
Yeah.
me. Nigga,
Yeah.
I teach the fucking classes.
right.
Like,
You know,
like. But go ahead.
y'all
I'm
know
sorry.
my y'all know my history, law enforcement academy. Y'all know this. What I'm saying is, bro, check this out. Yeah, so I'm going back and forth with these dummies, right? About we're talking about, and this was on Dr. Thunder, right? I don't want to call them dummies. It was some cool dudes on there. You know, Dr. Thunder, and we're talking about 2 or more people, deadly force.
Okay.
Right? 2 or more people's deadly force. If you get jumped, deadly force. Right?
If you get jumped. If you're getting jumped. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
And guess who said he wasn't jumped? Carmelo. He never said he was jumped.
No, people said he was getting attacked.
People say he was jumped, but Carmelo never said he was jumped.
I don't know if Carmelo said anything.
I've never. When he's on tape saying, "I stabbed him because he touched me."
Right, but the fight didn't commence. He was preemptive.
There was no fight.
No, there was. That's the point. It was preemptive.
So people saying he was jumped is untrue. He was never jumped.
No, but threat of force is force. If there's 3 dudes standing in front of me, and Charles, back me up on this. If there's 3 guys standing in front of me, like they bout to whoop my ass, that's show of force.
That's a show of force. And guess what? I can't tell you what you fear. Give me 1 second. I got to thank people for putting money on my books. Mr. Vernon, Mr. Man.
You went out, Charles.
Electrician, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Mann, Mr. Vernon, thank you for putting money on an old folks' books. Now, this is the force continuum. Okay. I always ask this to everybody I teach handgun courses to. Can you shoot an unarmed person?
Depends.
Yeah. Circumstances dictate. Is that person significantly bigger and possibly stronger than you? If the guy name is Francis Nagano or John Jones or Mike Tyson, and he's coming looking like he's about to whoop your ass, can you beat him in hand-to-hand combat? Most certainly not. You're talking about some of the most dangerous men that ever lived. No, you can't. And if there's multiple suspects on you, can you use deadly force? Yes.
Yes.
Those 3 things about an unarmed person. So, give you a perfect example. When I told you about the fight I had on York Road in Woodbourne, and the guy grabbed my gun.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Does that constitute deadly force?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. He's lucky he got a broken jaw, a broken orbital socket, a broken jaw, and 2 broken arms. I could have killed him on the spot.
In LA, they'd still be pulling bullets from his body in LA.
I could, and the only reason I pulled my gun because I didn't want him to get to it. He outweighed me by 30 pounds, but I had skill, and I'm not a weak guy myself.
Charles, I want to get to this thing that I want to
Oh, go ahead.
go into the conversation, right? Because we've been leaning on the kid having a gun illegally because he's young.
Yeah.
We talking about him, we compare him to Rittenhouse and all of that stuff, right? So my point is, kids live on the same planet Earth as we do. They're threatened by the same things that we're threatened by. This kid is running from a Chinese man with a gun. So why is the right to defend yourself age sensitive?
It isn't.
It shouldn't be, because you're given a God-given right to defend yourself. Everybody under whatever God you serve and whatever country you have, everybody has the pursuit of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
In theory.
The kid could have been 50. It would have been the same thing. It doesn't matter. Once you introduce a gun into it and say you got a gun, you actually put shit into the game. That's where it comes in.
My point is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the Kyle Rittenhouse thing happened,
Mm-hmm.
the people who, because I want to specify a group, the people who said he was defending himself,
yes,
didn't care about his age.
No,
they didn't care. And I got guys on Facebook debating me about Kyle Rittenhouse and he was legally, it was in his right to have it. No, it wasn't.
Not during a state of emergency. Not there. He wasn't supposed to be there. Okay.
He was. That was a no man's land at that point.
And the only thing that saved Kyle Rittenhouse is because they were beating his ass. Okay. They were going to kill him.
He didn't have, because I read the laws for both states. Mm-hmm. He didn't have an adult guardian.
No.
He didn't have any of the things that would make it legal for him to carry. So
yes,
it was he was basically committing a crime.
Yes,
it was basically felony murder. That's what you would call it, felony murder.
And you're not allowed, especially during the state of emergency, you're not allowed to carry weapons on the street like that. They're going, you're supposed to get time for that.
You're going to be targeted.
Yeah,
he lucky the police didn't shoot him.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
But then the cops saw him with the weapon and rolled right by him. But that's
I keep telling, that's the saddest part. If that would have been a black kid, and I hate to say it, it would have been looked at so differently because there's always a stigma.
You know what, Charles? The funny thing is, if you go back and look at the video, okay, with Kyle Rittenhouse running down the street and the white folks chasing him, okay, guess what the black kids did? They backed the fuck up. I'm not even gonna be in this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So a couple
parts of it.
A couple things I want to. So my thing is, okay, if you're black, you can't do what these guys could do, et cetera, right?
Cool. It is what it is, yeah.
Cool. That's cool when it's something that you can say, you know what, I'm not Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm Trevor Jenkins. I'm not going to go to the protest with this long gun. I'm gonna stay at the crib, this and that and the third, yada yada yada, because that's something that I would have to plan ahead and do consciously and conscientiously, et cetera, et cetera. But the stuff that is unforeseen, we cannot hold black men to, because it's impossible. There's no such thing. And what I was alluding to earlier when I said black boy magic and all the magical stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's this idea, and I don't forget what white guys or white people talk about because they're impossible with it. But I'm talking about in black conversations, it's like we look at other black men as if we will hold them to
a higher standard.
And criticism because they were not able to foresee something that was impossible to foresee that led to them either getting injured or killed. Like they should have saw that coming, right? And because they should know better because they black and they got to have this foresight.
A black, okay. I have kids, okay. I got a son, I got daughters, and I got 5 grandsons, okay. A young underage black kid carrying a weapon is a problem waiting to happen. It's a problem waiting to happen. Hopefully you get lucky, it never happens, and never run across that stuff. But a black kid carrying a weapon is a problem waiting to happen.
So real quick, see what is this? Eric Hormonger. I don't want to respond to him. So he typed twice, like we didn't read it the first time. He says Anthony got pushed. His response was to stab dude in the heart, and then he types immediately after that, Anthony was told to leave their tent. He refused, and Austin pushed him, and his response was to stab him in the heart. So let me break that down real quick, if y'all don't mind, right?
Okay.
So Anthony was told to leave their tent. Told by who?
15 different people told him to leave the tent.
15 different people who are not authority figures who can affect that outcome. Yeah. Right. And that right now, I'm not speaking to his judgment. I'm speaking to his rights.
Yes.
Right. Nobody with a badge or anything like that said leave. Right.
No.
Some teachers, some coaches, a cop showed up and said, you need to leave this tent right now. He didn't leave.
Right.
then I'd call him an idiot.
He is an idiot.
But
yeah.
again, because I've seen a lot of, and it's funny, a lot of these comments come from black guys, what he should have did was listen. And we watch white men not listen every day and walk away with their lives. So let me read the rest of this. So he refused and Austin pushed him. That's an assault. Once you put your hands on me,
yes,
that's an assault.
But
that's what I talked about earlier in the show.
The forced continuum. Okay,
that's what I talked about in the show.
No, hold on. Let me say this. We're talking about forced continuum. He's in a hostile environment.
At school.
It under that tent.
At school.
It's hostile.
No, it's not hostile.
You said 15. No. You said 15 people told him to leave.
They asked him to leave. They didn't all get up and surround him.
It doesn't matter. It's still hostile.
Okay.
If they don't want your presence there and you're refusing to remove your presence, it's hostile. Hostile doesn't necessarily mean it's deadly, but it's at least hostile. In other words, you get it. We don't want you here, my Negro.
Yes.
And we want you to leave. And you're like, nah, I'm not giving you what you want. You want my presence gone, and I'm denying you that request. So there's hostility, right?
Yes.
So we know that it was Hunter Metcalf that approached him first. We know that because he said it. He said it on video.
Yeah,
I saw the video.
Yeah.
I approached him, then my brother approached him. So there's at least 2 people standing in front of him.
Yes.
And then maybe more. So
that
instance,
it's only 2. They're the only 2.
Or maybe,
according to the video,
that from what I heard, the video was more people.
No, it was only 2.
Okay, look, let me run with that. I'll run with 2. That's because it's enough.
Yes,
it's enough people. Two big dudes.
Yeah,
saying leave, and you're saying no, I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving. Yeah,
because I'm here with my mans. We kicking it. We ain't messing with y'all. You just want me going because you think I should be going because you don't want me here. That's your business.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Again, I'm not speaking to his judgment. I'm speaking to his rights, right?
It's called team etiquette. And the lawyer says, okay, if you're in a park, okay, and you're having a party in the park, okay, have a gathering, okay, people don't have the right to actually walk in the midst of you and plant themselves, okay? You have a right
to leave. Imagine you in the park, you grilling your steaks, your chicken, your franks. You there with your wife, your kids, and some random white guy says, "I don't like you here. I think you should leave." Right?
Yeah. You have a right to escort him out.
So what guys in the chat and guys on Facebook and everywhere are telling black men is that if some random Billy Bob Thornton walks up to you and says, "I don't want you here. I think you should leave," that you should leave because if he just listened, this is the issue. So where does one begin end and one begin?
Okay. A random Billy Bob Thornton, okay, walking into the midst of your party doesn't have that right, okay? These weren't random kids, okay? They were teammates. That's their tent, that's their area, and that's their team. They're not random.
Okay. So let me make it a little. Let me go a little bit deeper. Let's say I'm at a pool. Let's say I'm at a pool in an apartment complex that my boy or my homegirl is renting an apartment in.
Okay.
And she's like, "Hey, you can go to the pool."
Okay.
So I go to the pool. I'm kicking it at the pool. And some random chick comes up to me and says, "Hey, you don't live here. I think you should leave."
She has a right to say that.
No, she has the right to say what she wants.
And then what do you have to do if you don't live there?
I don't have to do a damn thing.
Yes, you do. You have to say I was given permission to be in that pool by a tenant. That's what you have to say. Otherwise, you're trespassing.
I don't have to say that to her if she's just a rent. No.
Yes, you do, sir. No, I'm sorry, but you do.
Charles. Okay.
No, I don't.
Go ahead. All right.
No, I don't. So let me finish this point, right? The fact that you pay rent in that apartment complex doesn't make you an authority figure. Now, if you want to, you can run and go get somebody. That's what Karens do. But no, that particular person does not have the jurisdiction to remove me physically from that area. They can express discontent, protest, whatever they want. They got the right to do that.
Yes.
What I'm hearing Negroes tell me is that because I'm somewhere that people don't want me, not only can they voice their their need for me to leave, but they can affect it physically, and that's bullshit. It's bullshit.
And you have the thing is, had he swung on the guy or pushed the guy back or something like that, he had a right to do that. Okay.
No, but we're talking about right now. We're talking about Karmelo again, and
we're talking about Karmelo.
No, I know you know that, but what I'm saying is, I'm saying this for the people listening to us, and I want people to hear me say once again, I'm not speaking to his job, even though I say this 5, 6, 7, 8 times. People ain't nuanced enough to get it. I'm not speaking to his judgment. I'm speaking to his rights. Now, his judgment is a different conversation, and when I'm talking about his rights, people are responding to me questioning his judgment, and those are two different conversations. They're two different conversations. If you want to say he exercised poor judgment, he should have did this, he should have did that. Again, different conversation. I might have a different response for you, but as it pertains to his rights, none of these people that were involved had the right to physically remove him from the area.
That is true.
What they had to do was call somebody who had jurisdiction to remove him if he was violating by being there, if he was trespassing, which sports culture isn't enough to define a trespass.
The thing is, okay, we have something called etiquette and we have something called a tradition, right? Okay, he's an athlete. He knows he should know better. Okay,
understood. Again, that speaks to judgment.
Listen to me. The thing is, your judgment caused this thing to escalate. Okay,
I don't disagree.
Which is why he got what he got. Okay, that's why he got what he got.
Yeah. Well, the other kid made a bad judgment too, and he's
that is
dead.
True. Yeah, but the thing is, if you come to somebody else's tent, okay, you're asked to leave and you don't want to leave, and you escalate. Okay, that looks bad on you.
No, he didn't escalate. The kid escalated by touching him. Let's be correct. He didn't escalate. He said, if you touch me, this is what will happen. The kid never had to touch him. The Austin Metcalf kid turned something verbal to physical. He is the one that escalated. That is a fact that I won't back from.
Okay. The thing is, one, you ain't supposed to be in the fucking tent. They all agree upon that. Everybody knows that. Even the coaches said the exact same thing. You're not supposed to walk into somebody else's tent. Number one, okay? If you're asked to leave and you say, I'm not going to leave unless you make me, that's escalation.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
How so? Define it.
In other words, a simple request, okay? And you saying, I refuse to get out of your tent, refuse to remove myself, that's escalation.
It's not.
And then saying you have to make me, you have to put me out of here. That's escalation.
It's not.
It is.
I mean, you can say, fam, you guys can say as many times as you want to.
You can disagree, just like I disagree with you. That's escalation, sir.
No, escalation is when it goes from verbal to physical. That's escalation.
Guess who also saw the same thing? Okay, the prosecution and guess who? Your jurors saw the exact same thing that I'm saying.
Oh, we know there's a lot wrong with this case. So
no, it's not.
There absolutely is a lot.
Pretty simple.
There's a lot of dirt in that case.
No,
we gotta look at it. We gotta look at it from this, right? Verbal. Everybody has a right to say what they want, no matter how much you don't like it.
Yes.
The only real cause we have on the right, the right of speech is when it's about to cause mayhem or a riot, like yelling fire at a fucking movie theater, or you about to start a riot inside a riot,
or you have incendiary conversation to cause a fight.
Yeah, where you're going to start something. where it's gonna and because when they're going back and forth, this is the thing they got to do. When that dude pushed him and touched him, that's when that's when the first crime of assault happened.
Yes,
exactly.
Did he escalate? Did Metcalf escalate? Of course. Now, if he'd have punched him in his face, all well and done.
All well and done. Yeah.
Because if now, like I told people, I'm not sure about the defense attorney. My thing is, if I'm much smaller than both those brothers and they approach me, I don't know what they're going to do.
He did.
I don't know what
they're
going to do.
The defense attorney did say that,
Charles,
multiple times.
Charles, there's no scenario where Karmelo Anthony swings on one of those brothers and doesn't get jumped by both of those brothers.
No,
there's
you're
no
going to get jumped. You're going to get jumped.
So right. So
You're
let me say this. Let me say this, and let the nuanced ears hear what I'm saying. Let's not correlate bad judgment, which I'm not even arguing. It's not bad judgment. Let's not correlate bad judgment with what is legal. Charles just said it. He said it. I would say it. The first crime that was committed was when Austin touched the kid. Before that, I don't care about the culture of who's in whose tent and none of that. And I'm talking about as it pertains to legalities of this. It is not a crime to be in the tent. It is not a crime to not leave because 15 people ask you to. None of these are crimes, right? So that's all. Because we talking about what the court said and this and that. Fuck the court. To be honest, they railroaded that kid.
No, they didn't.
No. Let me finish. Well, you can disagree all you want, but what I'm saying, and Charles will respond after I'm done, and he'll correct anything that I'm saying that's incorrect. The first crime that took place was the boy touched the kid.
You know what the first crime was? You know what the first crime was?
I'm waiting.
You bringing the knife to a fucking school event. That's the first crime.
So okay. So since we're talking about that, how about no. So let me respond to that.
Can I say something after he's done, Charles?
Go ahead.
We know what the knife
You
was.
got next. You got next ABM at the Marcus.
So
we know what kind of event it was. It was a track event, and we know that the knife that he had is typical at that event.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not allowed.
It's typical at that event.
It's
that
not
these
allowed.
Kids they use that tool.
It's not allowed.
It's not made for that.
No,
but that's what they use it for.
It's not allowed in school or the sporting event. It's not allowed. Period.
Okay. Again, we can go back and forth about it, but we won't. But what I'm saying is typical. I would even go as far. I would even go as far. I don't have to read it. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, white boy didn't know that the knife was there. Nobody knew the knife was there. To be honest, to be perfectly honest,
it should have been.
I would go as far as to say he might not have been the only kid there with one of those. But we'll never know.
Yeah.
We'll never know. My point is, as pertains to this incident, the first crime of aggression, especially that took place, was he touched the kid. Words is words. If you got an issue, call the police, call an authority figure, all of those things, right?
Yeah.
You see a woman fighting her boyfriend in the street, don't get involved. Call it. Ain't that what we say here? Call the police. Don't get involved. Don't become vigilante Batman or nothing like that, right? All of a sudden, goalposts get moved for a narrative. At the end of the day, my thing is he exercised bad judgment. So before I let my man take the mic, so let me make this clear. I'm not opposed to bad judgment, but let's not say that he violated any laws with his presence or his refusal to leave. We can go back and forth about a knife, but let's put that aside. The first escalation and the first crime that took place,
the first crime that took place
as relates to this incident between them two.
No. The first
knife would have
crime
never came out.
Would he have challenged those two big guys?
The knife would have never came out. The knife would have never came out if he didn't get touched, he said it. He said, if
he
you
wasn't,
touch me,
it shouldn't have been there in the first place.
carrying a weapon.
Thank you. But
does
on
not,
school grounds is a crime. It's a crime in Texas. I live in Texas. I live in Texas. I live in Texas. You don't. It is a crime to carry a gun to school facilities. You cannot do that.
I'm not. You talking about I don't live in Texas? I'm not arguing.
Hold on, one at a time, fellas.
Come down here.
No,
Come down
I
here.
know the law of this state. I'm in this state, and Charles and BGS will testify to it. He broke the law.
Okay, that's great. Having a knife on you does not demonstrate an intent to use it.
No, it doesn't. But guess what happens when you do use it?
In response to something? In response to aggression? In response to physical aggression?
Yes. Yes.
In response?
Yes.
What should happen is it should be self-defense.
No, it's not.
That's what it should. Oh, you just said what should happen
on school property.
No, it's not.
What should happen
at a school facility?
So then charge him with the possession.
If he didn't kill anybody, they would have.
We just got finished saying that the other kid, if he shot the Chinese guy, he should have been charged with the possession and not defending himself. Now we're moving the goalpost for the other kid.
No, it's different circle.
No. Both of them are committing a crime by possessing a weapon. Both of them. That's.
Let me.
One is in possession of a weapon while being underage, and the other one is in possession of a weapon while being in an area that doesn't require doesn't allow a weapon. They're both.
Nope.
Okay, so then nope. Tell me the difference.
All right, I'm gonna tell you the difference here. Okay, I don't know if you heard earlier. I used to run track in high school.
Okay.
I never had a fucking knife for anything. We had trainers.
Didn't have a gun when you was 14, right?
Well, hold on. Let's one at a time.
Go ahead.
Okay. The trainers, whenever we had to get taped up,
yes,
they had those. You know, them little scissors that come with like a first aid kit or something.
Yes.
The trainers had that.
Yes.
Any packaging that I may had to open or whatever have you was open long before I even got to the meat.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no need for me or anybody else to have a blade.
Yes.
For track purposes. I'm not trying to hear that one. You know what I'm saying? Oh, a lot of people had knife. Nah, you don't need a fucking knife to run track. What are you using a knife for to run track?
I didn't say anybody needed. I didn't say need.
So
I said from what I understand is commonly used to clean cleats. It's from what I understand. I don't know shit about that. But
as somebody who ran track, there's 1,000 other things you can clean your cleats off with besides a knife.
That's fine.
When you're a kid, you bring a knife on a school facility. You fucked up right then and there. That's just all it is to it.
Hello.
Is that intent though?
Here, I got you. But that's what I'm saying.
So
you fucked up with a knife on school property right then and there.
Right. So ABM.
He's already looking bad right then and there.
I understand that. Just like the other kid is looking bad.
Now hold on. Now,
gun. I want to know what is the difference between
no. We're gonna get to that in a second. We're gonna get to that in a second.
No problem.
All right.
I'm good with it.
So again, what this boiled. Can somebody mute up?
Who's got the noise?
Okay, thank you. All right. From my point of view, what this boiled down to was two kids who didn't want to let the other one punk them. That's basically what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got the Metcalf kid. He's the enforcer.
He's the alpha. Yeah.
Hey, get up. Yeah, you're not supposed to be in this tent.
Yeah.
I said from the very beginning of this conversation, that's where he fucked up.
Yes.
Because you don't know what the other person is capable of.
Yes.
So when you take on, and I'm not saying he deserved it or whatever, I'm just simply saying when you take on that role,
mm-hmm.
then you understand this can get ugly.
Yeah.
And he underestimated this Karmelo kid. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like BGS was saying earlier, this happens all the time at these tracks. I agree with that. I'm not going to argue that. I'm just saying when you take on the role of tough guy,
yes,
tough guys get bodied every day.
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay. And what pissed me off with a lot of black content creators that I'm seeing is that they doing this little fucking MAGA grift type shit where it's the goddamn black community and you niggas this and that.
No.
Bro, listen.
White people
Tough guys get bodied every day, bro. It happens.
ABM, I want you to address right.
Now, hold on, let me wrap it up. Now,
just like the white guy carrying the knife in that fight, okay, in the bathroom.
What people like BGS is saying, and I SWP made a series of videos, and I kind of agree with him. In hindsight, when the motherfucker first said, "Yo, get the fuck out of this tent," okay, I get it. Hey, I remember being 17. I'm not 100 years old. I remember high school. I remember being 17. I ain't no punk, all of that.
Right.
But you got now, this is when it swings to Mello. You have to understand, if you use this knife, bro,
yes,
it's over.
It's over.
Judgment.
Let's say he didn't die. Let's say the Metcalf kid didn't die. It's still over for you.
Yeah,
all your scholarships is gone.
Yeah, and you're doing 5 years.
You're probably going to do some time.
Yes.
It's over.
Yeah.
And then when you're sitting in that cell, because I guarantee you, Melo's going to have his day. If he ain't had it already, he's going to say, you know what? I probably should have just fucking left.
Bad judgment.
Yeah.
So what I want to express to you, ABM, is that you're right now expressing to me something I already acquiesced to and agreed with. Something else I want to say to you is I'm still waiting for you to address the part that I asked you, and that's this. And I want to say it. Let me say it all the way out so that they can hear me say it. Karmelo had a blade on school grounds, right? From what I understand, it wasn't illegal. It's just against policy. It wasn't illegal. That's what I heard.
Grounds,
now,
illegal. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll look it up another time.
It's
I don't want. Hey,
it's a misdemeanor.
I knew I was gonna incite
with
the
illegal.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, look, the other kid had a gun on him. He was 14. Also illegal. Right. Early on, and I don't know if ABMU was here, we all agreed that if this kid had shot the Chinaman,
yes,
it would have been self-defense.
Yes.
And he might have been charged at best with an illegal possession of weapon charge, right?
Yes.
But somehow that shifts when we talk about Karmelo.
Okay, what's the difference?
I want to express, hold on, just for us to be clear.
Okay.
Karmelo had a knife for all intents and purposes in an area where it wasn't illegal to have one. So he's also guilty of an illegal possession. Does this line up so far? So what I'm saying is, if someone assaults him, which someone did, then why doesn't that turn into a self-defense with an illegal possession charge?
Okay, the difference is, if somebody's chasing me with a gun, am I in fear of my life?
If two or more guys are standing in front of me, am I in fear of my life?
Don't go past that, okay?
No. Yes.
No.
In both situations.
No.
The same fear of my life. I didn't go past anything. Yes. Okay. So let me answer you.
Hold on. Slow down for a second. Okay. Slow down.
Hold on. Everybody, calm down. Let's just do one.
No, it's nobody's.
Wait.
We're having a conversation.
Was Karmelo being chased by two big guys?
He doesn't have to be chased.
Yes,
he was assaulted. He was assaulted. No, he doesn't. He was assaulted.
We're trying to match the two cases.
Let me tell you the difference between one and the other. In one case, the black kid dies. In the other case, the black kid didn't.
No, it's not the same.
So here's the thing about the store incident.
Okay.
And it's like I said about the kid that shot the guy down the street from the Orioles stadium that Charles was telling y'all about. There's no situation that you're going to win that. You're 15 with a gun.
Okay.
I understood. Yeah. So again, illegal.
Now listen, I'm not saying let somebody run you down with a fucking gun. But again, You have to understand, and this is what I said about the whole squeegee kid incident. If I would have got to that kid before that, I would have told him that, like, yo, you getting ready to go to prison.
Nobody's answering.
Something's going to happen, and you're going to go to prison behind that gun. Get rid of that fucking gun. So it's the same thing with this kid. Dude, you got a fucking gun on you. Okay. Something's getting ready to happen.
What charge did the squeegee kid get?
He got murdered.
He got murdered.
Got convicted.
Hey, Charles.
Yes, sir.
So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask Charles. Charles.
Yes, sir.
Charles. You heard what I had, and I can hear you loud and clear. My question is: illegal possession, Cyrus Belton. Illegal possession, Karmelo Anthony. Two different types of illegal possession. Okay, one is being chased, right? It's not the same exact threat, but it's a threat. Both are. No, hold on. Let me lay it out for you.
Go ahead.
One is being chased with a gun, right? Whether we know Cyrus Belton was able to look behind him to see if the guy was actually holding is another conversation. But he was running, and we know that the guy that was chasing him was armed. So there's a deadly threat there, right? We also know
imminent danger.
Right. And we also know, when I say we, I do mean me and you, that two or more people in front of you presenting a show of force is a deadly threat. Am I saying anything incorrect?
It's not.
No, I'm not talking to BGS. I'm asking Charles.
Here's the part.
Asking, no disrespect. I'm asking Charles.
Here's the part.
Go
if
ahead.
Two aggressive guys come to me, and this is what I always, and I'm gonna break, and I'm not, and with all due respect to everybody, I'm not bullshitting people with the answers I'm giving. I'm just giving clearance. I'm giving the textbook clearance.
Right.
I can't determine another person's fear.
Right.
Meaning, what make Marcus afraid of something I may laugh off, or it might be vice versa. Or BGS might say, hey, that's bullshit.
Absolutely.
Because everybody has different levels of training, experience, and everything else. Just like, BGS's and my generation, and me and Marcus in the same generation. There's no coolness with a white boy called saying my nigga. Compared to the younger generations, they might not see it as such. So, depending on the situation and how, because this is the reason why video is so important, and good witnesses, because I think the witnesses were a little horrible for this case.
They're kids. Yeah.
They're kids, but that's why. Well, and this is a shock to their system. This is a shock to their system as much as it is for anybody. Because nobody expects anything, even though bad things, nobody expects. Let's just be real. Nobody expects bad shit, but bad shit does happen. If he can perceive that these guys are coming up aggressive, big boys, big strapping boys, compared to him, they can be conceived as a threat.
They can be, yeah.
And no, I'm saying, I'm not saying.
Hold on. Go ahead,
I'm Charles. Not saying that's because somebody chased you with a gun. That's imminent threat. That's imminent threat. That's
a reasonable person would see that as an imminent threat.
Because number one, if you're coming up to me aggressively, I'm gonna be like, especially if I'm sitting down. The first thing I'm gonna do is get up, because I already know sitting, I'm at a disadvantage.
Right.
So I'm gonna, we got to put them bitches up just in case.
Right.
And even if one gets me, at least I could block a lot better, or hit the other motherfucker and run if necessary. Now, this is what I'm gonna say, people, because I'm not gonna bullshit. There's no right or wrong answer to this. What I'm getting at. What makes him scared of two guys approaching you, and if they're approaching me threateningly, that can induce fear.
It can.
Right.
And because this is the thing that I want to break down to people. When a lot of these people get on the police shootings, right? Some of these police officers never been in a physical altercation in their life, which I was shocked when 10 people out of a class of 60 in my academy class never been in a physical altercation in their life, and you waiting to Baltimore for this shit? Oh boy, you might want to reconsider your career options. Whereas though you might have some other people who train in jiu-jitsu, wrestling, boxing, some type of physical combat, where that's not the first time they're getting punched. I don't know this person's level of training and fear, because what makes you afraid, and
That's
I can look because is not going to make me afraid. And guess what? Depending on how these motherfuckers approach me, they could have came jumping down the damn bleachers. Yo, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
You know, that's gonna. So that's why I'm not saying he's right or wrong, because there's no clear answer. Because and this is the thing, because it's two big guys that are bigger than me are going to make my antennas flare. Because I'm like, especially at the way they approach me. Because, you know, anybody who weightlifts, you approach my big guys all the time. You're friends with them. So it's different than a guy walking me down with the death stare and his fist bump. Because here's the thing: the situation dictates. Description dictates. If I go to BGS, it'd be like, yo, what's up, old man? And be like, yo, smiling and giving you a pound, you know, dapping you up. Versus me coming out, slamming my car, fist balled up, spit coming out my mouth. Yo, fuck you, old man. That's the difference. That's going to look like a threat.
Yes.
Now, if they came out like that, yes, that's a perceived threat. A reasonable person, remember, courts are gone by reasonable people.
Reasonable person, yeah.
And then, this is the one thing I've always had trouble with this. I'm supposed to be governed by a jury of my peers. Where the fuck is his peers? But that's neither here nor there. We'll get to that later.
Charles,
And
I just want to get it clear. 2 or more people posing a threat, and we know that they pose a threat because they at least one of them assaulted him.
If you come to me aggressively, I'm gonna. This is a guy.
No. I don't know. I just need you to say this.
You can be perceived as a threat with one person.
A deadly threat,
but not a deadly threat.
2, but you could be a threat. Now,
I'm gonna act. Hey, y'all gonna make me go to Google with this. I'm gonna ask you one more time, Charles. I just want you to say yes.
We got to go by the law. We're going by the law.
No, I am going by the law. You're calling him a law enforcement professional, forgetting my history. What I'm saying to you, both of you, is hold on. Let me ask him the question, because I want a clear, concise answer. Is 2 or more people showing force defined? Not what you would do or what somebody else should do. I'm asking you, is it defined as a deadly?
One person aggressively is a threat.
No, that's not what I asked.
Now, I'm saying 2 or more people can be. This is the reason why I'm saying it this way. Depending on the situation, one motherfucker could be a threat.
Yes.
That's not what I asked. 2 people.
But 2 or more people.
Listen to him.
But hold on. Let me finish. Give me a space. Let's give me room to rock. If one person can be seen as a threat, because if I go up to this Karmelo Anthony and I say, yo, get the fuck out of here. Because of the size difference alone, I'm perceived as a threat. 2 people with my size or 2 bigger people are definitely going to be perceived as a threat.
Charles, you asked using an explanation earlier, right?
I want you to.
Can I speak?
No, because he has not answered my question.
I'm asking Charles, as you use this very same example, the difference. Okay?
You're getting around it.
No. On the street, you can be perceived as a deadly threat. On the street.
Doesn't matter where it is.
Yes, it does. Charles, okay, go ahead, Charles.
Now, this is the reason why I use the difference as imminent. Because a gun is not used for cracking walnuts. That's used for putting holes in people. That's just automatic threat in your brain. It's the same way we have the fear response. If you're in the fucking savannah and a lion chase you, it's just automatic threat. Fight or flight.
Charles, I have a screen when you're ready.
And this is the part where 2 or more people can be immediately, because guess what? If you're coming to me in an aggressive manner, as one person, you're perceived as a threat. Because I don't know what the fuck you're capable of. 2 or more people, can 2 people overpower me?
What does that
You
say?
know,
We talking law, right? What does that say?
Under the law, being attacked by 2 or more people qualifies as a deadly threat.
Attacked. Yes.
Assault is not an attack?
No, it's not.
Of course. Are you kidding me? This is one
kidding.
of your moments.
I'm not kidding.
This is one of your moments. An assault is definitely an attack.
Now,
okay.
This is one of your moments. Are you, hold on. Are you saying, I want you to say it again. Are you telling me on this video that an assault is not a physical attack?
No.
You're bugging. You're bugging.
No, you're bugging. You're bugging.
You're bugging. You're bugging. No, wow. Thank you for that moment. An assault is not a physical attack. Charles, talk to the man.
Now, this is assault by definition of law. Unwanted touching.
Unwanted touching, yes.
Now, like I said before,
he pushed him. That's not an attack.
The first time that is an assault. You could be arrested or citation.
Is it an attack? Is it an attack?
Yeah. Yes, it could be perceived as an attack because
perceived. No, is it an actual attack, man? Let's not do this. The semantics.
I'm just saying, because one, if you're touching me, you're attacking me. If it's not unwanted, you're attacking me. For example,
thank you.
For example, if a lady gets groped, that's what? Outside of her clothing by Maryland law, 4th degree sex offense, 2nd degree assault.
Right, 2nd degree assault. Yeah,
an attack.
And if this is an attack, because guess what? If I'm groping a woman who does not want my approaches, she's going to say that's an attack on her person.
She can say that, yeah.
And guess what the law is going to say? Ma'am, you're right.
So
because
Big Mo
the very first case I ever had was that.
So Big Mo says assault doesn't even require touching. That's an updated definition of assault, but I'll take
number one, assault.
But it's an attack.
It's an attack, unwanted attack. Because an assault, you have to have unwanted touching. I can't arrest you if somebody verbally, quote unquote, attacks you. That's not an attack. That's not a physical threat on you.
It depends on what state you're in, but yeah.
Now, here's the crazy.
Assault is an attack.
Now, the only time I can arrest you for that, if you have the means to carry it out.
No, if the person wants to press charges, if somebody touches you.
Now,
if I touch you, and you're an officer. If I touch you, if I put my finger on your chest,
that's an assault on police.
That's a simple assault, and you can arrest me right there. It ain't about means to carry it out. It ain't about threat. Nothing.
This is the part that I tell people. You don't have battery in Maryland because that's all constituted under assault. So every state doesn't have battery. That's why people think of assault and battery. Assault is battery dependent on the state. So, and it really means the same fucking thing. It's just people like to use more words than others. Spitting is not only an assault. Spitting can also be justified as a hate crime.
Yeah.
Now, when we look at this, and once you pushed him, like I said before, the first crime that was committed was visually seen by everybody was the push.
Which we can
people say, what about the knife? What about the knife? Nobody would have known about the knife if that shit didn't start it.
Thank you. Which is my point. Thank you.
Nobody would have never knew about the knife, so I can't charge you for nobody seeing.
That's true.
And this is the fact that once that push started, it escalated everything from verbal, which is no harm, no foul, to somebody losing their life.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why I tell people, You gotta be. This is the reason why I'm very careful with my fucking words, because I had to charge people, and even when you charge people, you have to call an assistant state's attorney to make sure you got the charges correct, because sometimes they will subtract charges, and there's times they will add charges because of the constitution of what's going on.
And what state that you're
Now,
in?
you got to realize, if then you got to look at the hierarchy of crime, because what will Carmelo be charged with? First degree murder, second degree murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, malice if they wanted to, and other, all the way down to common assault. So I could charge him with all this, because guess what? It is very hard for a lot of states to commit murder one because of the premeditation rule. But premeditation means time to think. If I had time to think about it, premeditation. Time to plan it, premeditation. If it was just, okay, a big ass brawl started up, I get hit in the face, I stab him.
Yeah, that's not premeditation. That's
Because once he said this, you ain't gonna touch me, and start going for the bag.
Yes.
That's when you're making you're thinking about it. When you could have just, okay, nobody, okay, I could walk away. I could walk away. Even just the noticing, because guess what? We don't even know what you got in the bag yet. Oh, this nigga got a. My first thing is not knife. My first thing is gun. And I'm like, oh, and this tells me, okay, the first fucking thing this nigga got is a gun. And I'm like, why didn't these motherfuckers back off then?
Oh, the thing. Okay, then that's where the school thing comes in. Okay, is because a reasonable expectation that he doesn't have a weapon because you're on school grounds.
Yeah, because you're supposed to have that reasonable expectation, which I do agree with, because we all agree that he was wrong as two horse fucking.
Which is why Metcalf said you ain't got nothing in that bag.
Yeah, because it's always, guess what? FAFO.
Yeah.
And that's why, once again, what I said earlier, it's a crime of two fathers. And like I said, you got to understand something, kid. There's hard lessons got to be learned.
Yes.
You can't do everything the white boys do.
Okay. Yeah, the white boys can't
Just
do it.
like the white boy. Leave them Negroes alone, because shit, these aren't the Negroes of your granddaddy's time.
Yeah,
they will fight back.
Yeah, well, that's true. And but the thing is, like I said, being in the black area and stuff like that. Okay, this shit happens all the time. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the time that he got, but the thing is, I knew he was going to get convicted as soon as I heard what happened.
No, yeah, and everybody knew that.
I knew it as soon. Okay, as you brought a weapon to school. Okay, you're asking for trouble.
Because this is Texas. They're gonna hang your ass for anything.
In California, you're doubly gonna get it. Okay, you're not allowed to carry it. Okay,
you're not allowed to bring, and everybody, BGS, Marcus, AL, ABM, everybody knows that this motherfucker was wrong as two horse fucking bringing that knife to the a school event.
Yeah,
everybody agrees upon that. Now, this is my biggest problem. Why doesn't he get the same charge as that white boy?
Which one? The white boy in Texas? The one. Okay.
If he fails to plea, and if he fails to plea, and you put your dick on the crap table in front of a jury, you already know what you're going to get.
Okay. The difference is, okay. The difference is that they were in a locked space, okay, and they were fighting, okay. They had gone way beyond the realm of
common assault, mutual combat, and common assault,
mutual combat, common assault. Okay, and the Latino actually provoked the fight. Okay, number one, by throwing the first punch and by fucking banging his head on the concrete. That's also a reason. And the white guy couldn't retreat or escape, and he was in a locked bathroom. Okay, And so that's the difference. Even though I agree he should have gotten more, got a higher charge, and he didn't. Okay, but the circumstances are not the same, not even close.
Thank you, Big Leaves, for supporting, putting the money on the cops' books. Maybe I should get the harmonica out. Hopefully y'all are entertained and getting some education today, and y'all figured out that Charles actually knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Which is why the white boy originally, if you go back look at the case, the white boy originally got 2 years, okay, with a year probation, only only done a year. But the judge says the only reason you're not getting that is because guess what? You brought a knife to school.
Yeah, and they make the example out of his ass because they don't want this shit to occur again.
So they threw out all that and said you're gonna get the max of what I can give you in prison.
Yeah, because you're gonna be the example.
You're gonna be the example.
And this is what I tell people all the time. In case people don't know, I've fucking had to write hundreds of statement of charges and statements of probable cause.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody who's been in law enforcement, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So charging people is an interesting thing. People say, why do they charge high? Because they're going to charge you with everything and see what the fuck sticks.
Yeah, and then they'll offer you a lower charge, which they did. Yeah.
And here's the part, because I guess because the parents are very affluent, as the word would say.
Yeah, comparatively.
They don't understand that, okay, you're playing with your son's freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Let him get the 2 years, whatever. He can still go to college.
Yeah.
He can still make something of himself. He might have this scarlet letter, but it won't completely destroy him.
Yeah. Had he accepted the plea, he'd have probably got the same amount of time that the white boy got.
Mm-hmm. Or less.
Or less. Yeah. Because
and I mean, yes, you're gonna go through you're gonna go through trying to be, going through you're gonna go to try to get the sentences cut down, which I think 9 out of 10 they're probably gonna be successful.
I think they'll actually reduce the sentence.
They're gonna do a reduced sentence.
And somebody said the white guy was one of the best defense attorneys in the state. So I don't know how true that is, but
and I mean, to me, I think that sometimes it goes back to that ego.
Yes,
it goes back to that ego, and it goes back to that white male, audacity. And I've said these two things don't mix. We could just look at historical precedents.
Yes.
And when I look at it from a criminal justice standpoint, you had, and I'm looking at Metcalf because I look at both people where they did wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You had a coach right there.
Yeah.
You had several coaches because you don't just have the head coach; you have assistant coaches.
Yeah, but if you ever been to a track meet, what are the coaches doing? What are they doing?
They're looking at the track, and a lot of times,
and you're behind them, and you're behind them.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's the reason why you have your assistants, because your assistants are doing the heavy lifting and the maintenance.
But the thing is, they're not looking at the kids. What they're doing is they're tending to people on the field. Like,
they're tending to people, warming them up,
checking that, warming up, all that kind of crap.
Warming them up and all that.
I ran track, and guess what? The coach is not even looking at you if you're up in the stands.
And it's like, it's crazy because my year as an assistant, I'm usually the one who got the eyes on the kids, because guess what? We're responsible for you. You want to go sit? No. I know you want to sit with your parents. You got to sit with the team. Once the match is over, you sit with your parents. You know why? All we need is one motherfucker to say, that Lee Clifton Russell was there when the fight started. Team over.
And that's why they normally do not allow teams to mix like that. Is because stuff like that can jump off. That's how come they don't allow weapons.
And this is going to be something.
Stuff like this can jump off. Schoolyard.
And this is going to be something. This is going to be something that's going to make. This is something that's going to make precedents. In school policy, not just in Texas, but all over the state, where there's going to be a separation, a purposeful. They're going to put money together to make sure, because his team didn't have a tent.
Yeah.
which would have prevented this whole shit in the first place.
What it's saying is if the school had followed their policy of checking bags and stuff like that before people actually entered,
this is gonna be.
It would have
This
never
is gonna go
happened.
back.
But right after this, they started doing it. Okay.
Yeah, and I remember when I went to high school. I don't know how it is now, but I gotta check for Melo's comment real quick.
Hey Charles, I got a screen by the way. Go ahead.
This is the reason why when we went to high school. Hey Melo, if you're still listening, retype your statement.
Yeah, because when I went, because I'm old. Okay, when I went to school, okay, you and people outside the team were not allowed to sit with the team.
Yeah,
track.
And even your friends couldn't sit with you. And this is the reason why I said this is going to make precedents, because guess what? When I went to high school in the 90s, you had clear book bags.
Yeah. It is because of the amount of weapons are actually coming into the schools. So, in fact, it started in the 80s in LA. Clear book bags, taking out all the lockers and stuff like that. Yeah, and basically, and it should have been his backpack should have been clear.
It should have been clear because they're going to take. This is a policy. This is going to be a state to national changing policy, and they're not going to move off of it.
If you've gone to a upper middle class white school like I did, okay, they get kind of lax, okay, because ain't shit gonna happen. These kids,
because they go through a different protocol.
These kids have too much to lose. They're all good kids. They're all got money. They're not poor. They have no reason to bring a weapon to school, okay, because you're safe, okay. Stuff doesn't happen, okay, which is why nobody expected him to have a knife in his bag. That's why they didn't check him.
So that's why the kid pushed him, because he didn't think nothing was going to happen to him.
Exactly, and he had a reason.
That's why he attacked him.
Yeah, and that's the reason why.
Which happens on school grounds all the time. That's
still an attack.
It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Of course, it matters. It's still an attack.
Playground, Charles said, playground shit like that happens all the time. Okay,
still an attack though. Still illegal. Still illegal for one kid to attack another kid on school grounds.
Pushing like that on school grounds is an administrative.
2 or more people.
It doesn't matter.
They're not playing sports.
It's
an attack, bro.
Listen to me. Hey. It's an administrative thing. Okay? Just like Charles was here on school grounds. Okay, administration is allowed to take care of that.
Hold on, fellas. Melo got a question for the panel. He said, "Let's play devil's advocate, since people say walking away would have been the excuse if he tried to and they followed him out."
Then that's a whole different story. Okay,
just a different conversation.
And then you're talking about what happened to the guy in South Carolina, the kid in South Carolina. Okay, whole different conversation.
Because I'm gonna tell you one thing about it, right?
2 big guys down the street could be perceived as an imminent
threat. That's an imminent threat.
Yes.
And I'm gonna tell you what. This is the biggest kicker. If it would have happened on the street, on the cornfield, and he put something sharp at him, Texas would have said. Texas would have looked at that. Fuck around and find out, didn't he?
Find out, 2 big guys. You out in the middle of nowhere, and there's no people around, administration around.
Although, even still, Karmelo would have still had to eat some shit behind having a knife in the first place.
No. Actually, the knife outside of school grounds is illegal.
Outside of culture, that's Texas culture. Outside of school grounds, nobody gives a fuck.
That knife would have been legal outside of school grounds.
That would have been.
I was talking about the question. He said, "What would have happened if he tried to walk away and he followed him?"
Followed him out. Okay,
if they would have followed about the stadium.
That's reasonable self-defense.
No, I think he's saying if he was, okay, they told him to leave the tent. He says, "All right, whatever," and then he's leaving the tent. Now they follow him. It's still a different conversation. But I'm just saying he probably gonna have to still deal with the fact that he had a fucking knife on the school.
Yes, he would. He's still on school grounds outside of the tent. The tent's on school grounds, so is the field. They're still on school grounds, and deadly force or attacks or threats do not become, or the definition of those do not go away because you're at school.
No,
That's
now
nonsense.
They're
let's
handled.
look at it. Let's look at it this way, right? Let's look at it this way.
Mm-hmm.
When they had the Old Dominion, shout out to my little cousin. He graduated from there this year with a cybersecurity degree and systems. Um, Old Dominion had an active shooter, right? Imminent, damn sure imminent threat, right? Motherfucker had a Gerber. They stabbed him to death, what, 30 to 40, 50 times. Did one motherfucker get charged? Well, that was on school grounds, right?
Yes.
Would anybody get charged? Fuck and
No.
So that's a difference. If you follow me, especially if I'm yielding,
Yes.
and if he leaves the tent, or especially if he left the stadium, because that's what it is.
Right.
If he left the stadium and they come after him in the
Yeah, it's
parking
all
lot
good.
or
Oh,
the
yeah,
stadium,
yeah. It's all good.
oh,
It's all good.
you get
We
what you
agree
get
there.
because you get what you get.
Yes.
Now, because first of all, the man yielded and left, but you're continuing.
Yes.
You're continuing. Now, remember what I said. I can't do premeditation if I'm leaving away from you.
No.
I'm not the aggressor if I'm moving away. Now you're coming towards me to bring me fire, and you're the one get burnt. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And this is the problem that a lot of, and I get it because we're talking from experienced men compared to teenage boys.
Yes.
But yet, when I was 17, I walked away a lot of times. Unless you had me cornered, walk.
Yes.
And this is the thing I tell anybody. Just like walk. Now, if they corner you and you take whatever heavy object in your hand and you play a drum solo on his fucking forehead, so be it.
So be it. Yeah.
Now, my thing, like I said about the child case, we can't be supporting motherfuckers who gonna follow harassers in their stores. There's no fucking reason they should become 100,000aires and some millionaires, and we get chased out of a store for one fucking bottle of water.
Which is why they burned down the store. Yeah.
And this is which I have no problem with. And this is the reason why, yes, you should boycott a lot of these Asian businesses. Because if this is a common treat, this, like BGS said, you started the goddamn riots over shooting a little girl in the back of the fucking head.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
And you got off? Bet you. I'd have if that had been my child, I'd have Frank Castled your family.
Yeah.
This shit with these Asian businesses should have been over with 20, 30 fucking years ago.
Yeah, well, black
There
people
ain't
don't learn.
That's on black people.
But this is the part. Remember when we did this fucking live? When you took when all the black women, you saw that black man tell them women, hey, they treat you bad. And what the black women did, they wrapped around the fucking store just to get that fucking hair.
Yeah.
But you got people like dizzy ass doctor, I'm not really a doctor, Cheyenne Bryant, saying that we're the ones who hate ourselves. Hey, excuse me, my Baltimorean is going off the call. Not nan nigga is wearing a fucking wig, trying to look like no fucking white boy.
And Charles, that's why I gave up on the whole fucking Asian business shit in the first place. When I saw that video years ago, when that dude was trying to, that black guy was trying to organize a boycott for that store, and the black chick cussed him the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's when I said I'm done with it. Hey, whatever. I just left it alone at that point.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. This is the thing that I said, and a shout out to my brother in arms, Captain Jack, former Army Captain, Sandog. The problem with the black community is that you don't know when to get the olive branch and the sword. There will not be in business till retribution is paid. Fuck all that.
I would agree.
And I would say, guess what?
You muted, Charles, or whatever happened.
I think he dropped. He might be back. He'll be back.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Like, because somebody asked me about that case in South Carolina. I said we've already seen it with Tasha Harland in 92, in 91, 92. We've already seen it. Exactly. Almost almost the exact same thing. She was walking away, and she actually threw the orange juice on the counter and left the money and was walking out, and she shot her in the back of the head. Okay, because she was pissed. Exact same. She got charged. She got convicted, and a judge gave her probation. Judge.
Yep, and then right after that, that was the Rodney King shit.
Yeah, Rodney King shit. But the real kicker, the reason people really went out there is because of the Latasha Harlins thing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Rodney King was just the final nail in the coffin.
The straw that broke the camel back. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been talking about this Asian business shit in the black community for a long time now, since I've been born.
Yeah.
And I'm 45.
Yeah. And after I can tell you, the Asians got a whole lot nicer after that riot. I can tell you that. They don't fuck around like that no more in California, in Los Angeles. They don't fuck around like that no more.
Well, in my city, they're selling out to the Indians.
Yeah.
All these old Asian stores, the Indians are buying them. Yeah. The Asians are selling out.
Yeah, the Indians are probably worse than the Asians, than the East Asians.
So I don't go in them. I don't smoke weed no more. When I stopped smoking weed, I realized I didn't have a need for these stores.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, thing is with the weaves and the hair and the nails and stuff like that, it's hard to keep black women out of that shit.
That's the reason why I said about that Cheyenne Bryant that black men hate themselves. I said, first of all, white men are trying to look like us. We ain't trying to look like them. Yeah. I said, gotta look at this shit from a critical sense. Black men do not keep Asian business afloat.
No, we don't.
It's strongly in the female sector.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. Like, there's certain things people may say, you can't say that on the internet. Okay, come find me. I'm saying, like, that shit, justice would have been served.
Yeah.
I might have been doing the time, but justice would have been served.
I mean, it is what it is. Because they're the ones who buying the fucking hair. They're the ones who getting the nails and shit done.
Yeah.
Black men, you go in the store, you buy 4 wings and some fried rice or some shit. Get some blunt wraps, and that's about it. It's the hair care industry. Even though the Asians going to make their money on the back end, there's no reason why you don't see more black women with nail salons, black women with hair stores and shit. They just don't fucking do it. They don't care.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That there's a whole thing to that. But yeah, that's true. And black women are who they have always been. They haven't really changed that much. So, and trying to convince them to do something they don't want to do, good luck.
Yeah.
And they're the first one to call a protest, the first one to actually break the protest. So,
all it takes is that Asian dude to come outside, slap a 50% off sign on the fucking glass, and your protest is over.
All is forgiven. Yeah. Yep.
I've seen bitches line the fuck up. I've seen this in real life. Bitches lined up around the fucking corner.
Yeah. Yep. Is what it is. Okay. That's who we are. So you have to accept it. But like I said, like I'm saying, I was hoping that this kid would get manslaughter, and which is what they offered him, and do his 5 to 10 years and get out and go on with his life. But when I heard murder 1, I said, damn. I said they're really charging him. But the thing is, okay, they offer you the deal, you didn't take it, and you rolled the dice in Texas, in a white suburb. Okay, you roll the dice, and basically the defense lawyer told you didn't have a case. Okay, because all the things you're supposed to do right, you didn't do right. Okay, you didn't do right. Okay, and you were set up to fail from the very beginning, starting with bringing a weapon on the school grounds. That by itself, the only thing that happen when you pull that knife out is bad. If you use that bad boy, it's going to go horribly wrong, and it did. Okay. I tell my nephew all the time because he's in Texas. Okay, he was one of those guys and said, "Dude, you can't be Billy Badass. It's not gonna go well for you, especially in Texas."
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow. I get it. Look, hey, I remember being 17. That probably would have been my first response. Nigga,
Okay,
fuck you. I ain't going nowhere.
I ain't going nowhere.
Okay. Nigga,
But,
make me. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I get it, but
in the hood, okay, you say I ain't going nowhere, and you get escorted out by some assault, as they say. Okay,
just understand. I mean, when you take that stance, understand.
Guess what the law is going to do? They're going to look
Yeah.
the other.
You know what's getting ready to happen. You know what I mean?
Did they ask you to leave? Yeah, you didn't leave. Okay, you know what? I say no harm, no foul. They're gonna walk the other way. Okay, but as soon as you pull out the weapon on school grounds, okay, all right, boss, you're in this dangerous territory, and if the guy
You're done. You're done. You got to and see. I wasn't even really looking into it. So the fact that he had scholarships and all that, I mean, again, you got to understand, you got something to lose, kid.
You know what? I cry because I saw my son and my nephew and my grandsons in this. I mean, I cried over this. It's a motherfucker. All the stuff you had going for you, and you do this over what?
That's exactly how I felt.
I cried, man. I literally broke down and cried over this because I knew it was going to happen to him. I already knew, even before the trial. I know it's going to happen to you, and especially in Texas.
See, I didn't get emotionally attached to this like so many other people because it's like you were saying with the Rodney Kings. I mean, I've been watching this shit since I was a kid, man.
Yeah.
I mean, O.J. Simpson. I mean, goddamn. I mean, I've been watching this my entire life.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what?
You know what killed it for the prosecution, O.J. Simpson trial? When it went to his house, okay, and there was not a drop of blood in his house. He had an all white house and not a drop of blood.
Yeah,
it killed everything. Oh no, you know what? Okay, where's
holes? It was holes in the evidence all over the fucking place. Them fucking Asian people that was collecting the evidence, they was doing all kind of shit.
Yeah. Because I talked to because I was here, I actually talked to two people writing books who were on the inside interviewing people, and they said they went after him because they couldn't get Al Collins because he had an alibi, so they went after OJ. And they checked. The Bronco didn't have blood. The house didn't have blood. There was no signs, no knife, no blood, no signs of anything on OJ. That's the reason he got off, because there was nothing there. Now they say he cleaned up and dumped the knife into a garbage bin on his way to the airport. Possibly.
Well, it's like any other murder trial. It's hard to convict somebody when you don't have a murder weapon.
Yeah, then that's why he got off. Okay.
And I always found that strange. It was a hat, it was a glove, it was a sock, all of this shit, but no murder weapon. I just never bought it.
Oh, the thing is, okay, you say he escaped in the Bronco. He had blood all over him. Where's the blood? That was the biggest thing. There was no blood in his car, in his house, nowhere. The only thing they had was a knife thrown over the fence. It's the only thing they had. A knife and a glove thrown over the fence. And it fell flat. But the thing is, I cried over this kid because we see this in Los Angeles all the time. Okay, I knew it was going to happen to him.
100%.
I knew it. I when I first heard it, I'm like, nigga, why the fuck are you carrying a knife to a track event? What the fuck is wrong with you? And then use it on top of that? And then try to claim self-defense. It's not going to go well, man. It's not going to go well at all. And it didn't. And you should have took the plea, just like the white boy did. The white boy took the plea.
Yeah. I mean, you take the plea, even if you do the whole 10, you out when you 27, 28 years old?
Which is they're trying, man. They didn't want all this smoke. Okay, Frisco, the little town of Frisco didn't want all the smoke, man. They didn't.
You might have to change your name. You might have to move away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But at least you got your life so frank. I mean, he's gonna be damn near 60 when he get up.
I hope they have mercy on this kid by lowering the years. Okay, give him 15. Lower the years. Okay, don't give him 35. That's a lot for a kid, man.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's a lot. That's something I disagree with. Okay, you didn't have to give him all these years. Okay, he's young. He's a dumbass kid. That's what the judge said. He's a dumbass kid. Did some dumb shit. But thing is, okay, everything down the line between him and his parents are all fucking mistakes. Okay, and this is where he actually wound up. Okay, you shouldn't have brought the knife. You shouldn't sit under the tent. You should have left when they asked you to. You shouldn't have stabbed the kid. Okay, and then on top of that, okay, when they gave you the plea, you should have took it. And you went to trial because you believed that you had a right to defend yourself and you were in the right. Okay, but things when it gets to the jury, and all this stuff adds up, and you don't have no witnesses on your side, guess what's going to happen to you? Because none of the witnesses were actually on the side, including the defense witnesses. They all said the same thing. 21 people said almost verbatim, almost the same thing. And they said were they unreliable? That could be. Okay. If they had pulled out the phones, they would have had better video. Nobody pulled out the phone because it wasn't supposed to escalate to this point, and it did. And it's just tragic, man. To me, it's tragic, but I understand. Okay, to say that he had a right to no, you didn't. You don't. Okay, you don't. It's called a forced containment. You don't have a right to stab somebody for a push. You don't. You just don't. Especially for a knife you ain't supposed to have. I had you been on the street, like Charles said, they follow you out. Two big guys are following you, trying to kind of beat your ass. Now you got some pushback as far as self-defense. On school grounds, all that goes out the window. If you fear your life, call that teacher, call that principal, walk away, go to another tent.
Even if you would have went to the coach would have told you the same thing.
He probably
get the fuck from around there.
He probably would have walked you to another, because they had more than one tent out there. Okay, could have walked you to another tent or asked another school. Can this kid sit here?
Everybody on here played a sport.
I can't hear you, Charles.
I can't hear you, Charles. I was saying everybody on the panel.
You're real low, Charles.
Let me try this. I'm in the car. I had to pick up.
There's the echo.
I'm gonna try to bear with me for a second because I'll be back on.
Yeah. But if
go ahead, finish talking.
You see this kind of crap happen in high schools at least two or three times a year, man. With black juries, it's always the same thing. The only thing I disagree with is the amount of time that he got. 35 years is way too much for a kid, in my opinion. But that's Texas. In California, you'd have got 10 to 15. But in Texas, and you don't take the deal, yeah. Y'all still, is it me or is it? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. So, and I said this from the very beginning when I first heard it, and when I first heard the details, I was actually waiting to see if there's something else to this, and it wasn't. Okay. And everybody said it was a push and a stab. That's what everybody said. It didn't escalate beyond that, and that's not going to actually get you self-defense on school, especially on school grounds. And you have 20 people testifying to basically the same thing. Player, you're not going to win this. Okay, you hope for less time. Should have took the deal, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I would have took the deal.
Yeah, I would love to hear the attorneys in a year saying about their plea deal and why he didn't take it. I would love to know.
Got to be the parents. Right?
It could be the parents. It could have been him. I don't know. It could, because at the end of the day, it's his life.
Somebody was saying that the interview the mother did, she seems like she's not too bright. I didn't watch the interview.
She's a nurse, so she got to be reasonably bright. So
maybe book smart, but not common sense smart.
You know what I've heard? I heard a lot of black women say that if my kid gets touched, he has the right to respond in any manner that he sees fit. This is what got him in trouble. According to the law, that's not true.
And okay, so what about the okay? You hear Mr. Metcalf? Where's the mother?
I have talking about Austin's mother.
Yeah,
I haven't heard her make a statement. The only thing I heard, she actually gave an interview with the twin, like last year, and all she did was actually cry. Excuse me.
That's so telling that you don't hear your mother. That's sickening. That speaks volumes to me.
Could be. We don't know.
I'm hearing something about there was a domestic violence charge with the father Metcalf or something, or
I don't.
He got some type of charge with him.
I couldn't swear to because I don't know. You have to find that out. I don't know. It could.
I heard something. It was some type of. Or was it messing with a young girl or some shit?
I hear all kind of stuff, man. With things you have to track that down and verify it. Oh, you ain't shit. But I keep hearing people say that he was jumping. Guess who said he was? Never said he was jumping. Never said he was.
Karmelo, he said he never said he was drunk.
He never said all he said he touched me. That's all he said. He ain't saying
he didn't. He's appealing it. So let's see what happens.
We'll see if it's kind of hard to change your testimony because you're on tape saying he touched me. Not that he jumped me. Not that they beat me up. He just touched me. I told him not to touch me. On tape. And the video actually backs that up. He wasn't jumped.
No.
I wish they had actually released all the transcripts and all the in the video, just to kind of squash some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Because everybody's speculating.
Oh yeah, they're still speculating. I can't even talk to certain people about it.
And I understand people's feelings, but thing is, you got 20 witnesses. Okay, well the witnesses are unreliable. They're all you have. Okay, he didn't walk into his own tent. Huh? 22.
They all have the same. Almost had
the same story. Yeah, and that so. And the defense attorney couldn't rebut it. It should tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
And he was paid. He was paid a couple $100,000. So he wasn't cheap.
Yeah, boy.
And he showed the film. He went over the film with certain people, and he never said that Austin was jumped at all, ever.
Discovery. All this would have been found out in Discovery anyway.
It would have, but the thing people are still speculating.
Yeah, that's the part. People speculate, and we're like, okay, here's the evidence, here's the film. Do what you think. And unfortunately, it's that ego. I gotta be the tough guy. The white boy gotta have audacity.
Yes.
Not a good mix.
Yeah. Being a tough guy with a weapon doesn't normally mix.
No, and that's even worse because why did you? And this is the thing. You knew you had it in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Just walk because you know. And this is my thing. People may get mad with me. I don't care. This is me. You got 5 scholarships to prestigious places.
Yes.
If you gotta walk away, walk. You are supposed to be black excellence. Yes, I know some things are out of the control. I get it. But when you have the time to think and walk, walk. If them dudes run you down and chase you down, guess
That's
what?
different. That's different.
That's a whole different ballgame. But when you're just sitting there, just being defiant, I get it. You don't want to back down from people. I get it.
Ain't no upper middle class white guy gonna actually chase you down.
Yeah. And this is the
because he got too much to lose.
Exactly.
This is another thing I think is also another thing is that you see a lot of these you see a lot of kids from upper middle class families trying to be tough.
Yes. You got a lot of noise, Charles.
Somebody's got a background. But you see a lot of these upper middle class kids trying to be tough.
Yes.
Wow. Yes. Who you trying to fucking impress? Please stop it. No. Go to school. Be the shit that you're supposed to be predeterminedly designed to be.
You want to fight. You want to be tough. Go join special forces.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
But this is what you call the bastardization of masculinity. You want to be tough, and then here's my thing. If you're tough, okay, shoot a fair one. Now, do I get certain situations? Of course. You can't claim you tough, just like I wouldn't claim Metcalf was tough. Because if Metcalf was by himself, would he done it? Probably not. Probably not. So, when I see this is just what happens when you have gasoline or oil on the floor and somebody lights a match.
Mm-hmm.
So now, but now you got to look at it from a distinct thing. You're going to change policy for not only schools, sporting events. They're gonna have a pat down. They're gonna have clear bags. They're going to get bags,
which they should have. Which they should have in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna go back. These kids nowadays, y'all gotta go back to what they used to do in the '90s, metal detectors.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all hell bent on that shit.
Yeah.
But this is what happens when you have 3 generations, damn near 4, without impulse control.
Mm.
Without impulse control. And what good is it? And I remember somebody saying before, I think it was Marcus, when he said, or ABM, what's going to happen when you have more kids out there who are going to pay the price in blood for more incidents like this because they can't leave well enough alone?
Mm.
What do y'all think?
You're going to have a crackdown.
Mm-hmm.
That's what normally happens. Which is what happened in the 80s when you had a crackdown.
Yep.
Go ahead. What you say?
Yeah, you're gonna have a crackdown. That's what's gonna happen. They're not gonna fold. They're just gonna make it tougher, and you'll get more time instead of less time. Okay, right. you want to shoot a fair one? You want to be Billy Badass and do this? Okay, murder one off the rip instead of all the other charges.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night.
Yep.
I know it's late as hell on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So thank you, Marcus, BGS, ABM, AL, AB. Yeah. Thank you for joining it. Hopefully this was filling. Thank you all for support. Money on all
right, buddy.
Books.
Yeah. One day we actually talk about Trayvon Martin because we actually had a hand in that the whole case.
Just let me know.
Yeah, I guess they're good for
because they actually wasn't going to charge George Zimmerman because his father was actually a federal judge and his mother was actually a federal prosecutor. They weren't going to charge him at all. We actually incentivized them to actually do so.
And you know, that motherfucker should have really been to jail.
He should have gone to jail, but thing is, he was beyond white. He was actually protected. So,
hey yo, I'm gonna drop down.
Always
I'll let y'all.
Don't be a stranger.
No doubt.
If it hadn't been for them having the Republican National Convention in that city, he probably never would have even went to trial. But that's a story for another day. I guess Charles is gone. All right, it's time to go.
Hey, BGS. On
Yes,
a
sir.
lighter note, you and Charles, I've officially raised a daughter that's 21 years old.
Oh,
She
hallelujah!
Just
Hallelujah.
had her birthday on the 5th last week.
Congrats. Congrats.
And no babies, huh? And no babies.
Hey, I've broken another iniquity. I mean,
Okay.
she was married in wedlock, born in wedlock, graduated high school, May 21, not dead, and no babies.
And no babies.
No
Okay.
babies.
Hallelujah.
I'm like, I'm on the other side of the fence with you. Now, all we do is advise. You know, rearing and raising, we did that. That's over. All we do as fathers is advise. Now, you can. I'm leading you to this water. You can drink it, but if you don't want to drink it, I'm gonna keep drinking. I'm gonna get full. But you want to starve if you want to. You keep bumping your head, but I'm not gonna bump it with you.
All right, everybody, signing off.
All right, Charles.
Peace out.
Thanks for doing this, Charles.
Thank you. I hope I gave a lot of insight.
You did. But the thing, a lot of stuff you said actually coalesces with what the lawyers said. So
So thank you for everybody who donated. ABM hit me up about the cookout information next month. And anybody in the Baltimore area, whoo, we out.
All right, peace.
Woo.